This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I first noticed the lamp on my veranda one evening in late December. I remember it clearly because I had stepped outside to smoke a cigarette, something I rarely do. I was tired and needed a moment alone, and the cold night air felt good on my face. The old lamp had burned out a few days earlier, so seeing a new bulb in the socket surprised me. It was small and looked a bit different from the usual ones I bought at the hardware store. There was a thin filament visible through the glass. I didn't recall replacing it. Nobody else lived with me. I assumed I must have done it a few days before and then forgotten about it. I didn't think much of it at the time. That night, the bulb flickered once while I stood there. It made me pause. The light flashed in an uneven pattern, not like a normal flicker from a loose connection, but more like random pulses. I stood there, holding my cigarette, and watched for a bit. The bulb blinked again and made a faint sound, a kind of tiny mechanical click. I rubbed my eyes, uncertain if the sound was really coming from the lamp. I finished my cigarette, went inside, and made sure I locked the door. Over the next few nights, I spent more time watching that lamp. At first, I tried to ignore it. I turned it on at dusk, like I always did, to keep my veranda lit. Then, in the dark hours, I would sometimes look out the window at it. The blinking continued. It never settled into a pattern. Sometimes it would stay bright for a minute. Other times it would flick off and on so quickly that it made my eyes strain. I noticed a slight delay each evening before it began flickering. It was always fine right after I turned it on, steady and bright, but after a few hours it started acting up. I checked the wiring. I went outside one afternoon with a small ladder, removed the bulb, and examined the socket. Everything looked normal. The socket wasn't corroded or loose. I replaced the bulb with a spare from my toolbox to see what would happen. That night, when I flipped the switch, the new bulb flickered as well. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. I tried different bulbs. All of them did the same thing. By the third night of this, I stood there on the veranda, holding the third or fourth bulb in my hand, my fingers going numb from the cold, and felt a nervous twist in my gut. Something was off. I asked my neighbors if they had touched my fixture. There was a couple living next door, and I spoke to them on my way to the market. They both said no. They seemed confused by my question. I asked if they had any odd problems with their outdoor lights. They said no, everything was normal. I felt foolish and let it drop. Each night, the blinking got more intense. The light would flare up at strange intervals, making the shadows in my yard jump and shift. I started to feel jumpy when I moved around inside my home. I would pass by the window and see that odd flash. The shadows of the bare branches outside would stretch across the snow, twisting in strange shapes. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't. The blinking seemed to demand attention. It drew my eyes even when I didn't want to look. I began to notice another sound along with the flicker. It was very faint, like a scratch or a soft scraping noise. I would stand still inside my living room, lights off, and listen. The sound seemed to happen right after certain flashes. I couldn't tell if it was coming from the lamp or from somewhere else. It reminded me of a fingernail drawn gently across glass. I checked my windows, thinking maybe something was loose. I found nothing. I tapped on the windows from inside, trying to reproduce the sound. No luck. Yet I kept hearing it, especially late at night. I started sleeping poorly. I would wake up around 3 or 4 a.m., feeling uneasy. I would listen in the dark, holding my breath, waiting for that faint scratch to return. Some nights I thought I heard it. Other nights I heard nothing. But each morning, when I got up, I felt tired and tense. I took to drinking coffee late in the day just to stay alert. I didn't like how jumpy I was becoming. As Christmas drew closer, the atmosphere around my home changed. It was subtle, but I felt it. The neighborhood looked cheerful with all the decorations. Snow covered the lawns and roofs. Colorful lights blinked along gutters and fences. Yet on my veranda, my light pulsed in this strange, irregular pattern. It cast a dim glow that seemed a bit paler than the usual warm light I was used to. The difference was slight, but I noticed. I tested the voltage, checked my fuse box, and found nothing wrong. I even bought a pack of new bulbs from a different store and tried them. Same issue. One night, about a week before Christmas, I decided to watch the lamp closely from inside my house, hidden behind a corner of the curtain, for a few hours. I turned off all my lights and stood there in the dark. I could see the veranda clearly. The lamp flickered as usual. After a while, I noticed that the scratching sound came in short bursts. Sometimes it followed a flicker. Sometimes it preceded one. I stood there, heartbeat pounding in my ears. My mouth felt dry. I swallowed hard, telling myself it must be ice or some loose part of the gutter. I went outside to check, holding a flashlight. The moment I stepped onto the veranda, the lamp went steady and stopped flickering. It shone brightly, quietly. I waited. Nothing happened. No scratching. I walked around the yard, shining my flashlight along the edges of the house. The snow crunched under my boots. I saw my breath in front of my face. Everything looked normal. I checked the bushes, the fence, the side of the house. Nothing moved. I saw no tracks besides my own. I went back inside, locked the door, and within minutes, the flickering resumed. The scratching followed. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck. Every night until Christmas Eve, the pattern intensified. The lamp would start flickering earlier and keep going longer. I tried turning it off once, but that made me uneasy. The darkness on the veranda felt heavy. I preferred the strange flickering to total darkness. At least the lamp gave me something to look at. But one night, I tried something else. I opened the window a crack when I heard the scratching. I listened carefully. I could hear the scraping more clearly. It sounded like something hard brushing against the glass. I couldn't see anything. I shone a small flashlight out the window, but caught nothing. Still, I heard it. I was sure it came from outside, near the veranda, close to the window. I tried talking aloud, feeling a bit silly. I asked if anyone was out there. No reply. The flickering continued, and I slammed the window shut. My heart was pounding. I was sweating despite the cold. My hands shook. I paced around my living room trying to calm down. Eventually, I sat on the couch and listened. The flicker, the scratch, over and over. I got up, turned on my TV, and tried to distract myself. The sound of the TV made me feel a bit better, but I kept glancing toward the window. A few days before Christmas, I considered calling someone. The police? An electrician? I couldn't imagine what I would tell them. A weird flickering light and a scratching sound didn't sound like an emergency. Maybe an electrician could find a wiring problem, but deep down, I knew it wasn't that. I had tested the wiring, tried multiple bulbs, and always got the same result. I decided to wait it out, hoping the problem would go away after the holidays. On December 23rd, I slept on the couch, not wanting to go upstairs. I felt safer in the living room, closer to the window where I could keep an eye on the veranda. The lamp flashed on and off all night, and the scratching continued at intervals. I got up multiple times to peek outside, but I never saw a figure. I never saw movement besides the light itself. Around 4 a.m., I considered just pulling the bulb out and leaving it dark. But the idea made my stomach tighten. I didn't want to stand out there in the cold, messing with the lamp while I was so nervous. By Christmas Eve, I was exhausted. My nerves were frayed. I was easily startled by small sounds in the house. The lamp blinked faster that evening. I watched from inside, arms crossed over my chest, teeth clenched. The scratching sound came more frequently, sometimes twice in a row. I pressed my ear to the window and listened. The sound was right there, on the other side of the glass. I put my hand on the cold window pane. It felt smooth and solid. Nothing visible touched it. I pulled my hand back and stepped away. I felt an urge to just turn the lamp off and leave it off. It was Christmas Eve, and I wanted peace. I imagined pulling the switch and plunging the veranda into darkness. I hesitated for hours, pacing, standing near the window, then sitting down, then pacing again. The flickering didn't stop. The scratching grew more persistent. I was afraid, and I didn't fully understand why. It was just a lamp and a strange sound. Yet my chest felt tight, and my skin prickled when I thought about turning that light off. Part of me believed that as long as it flickered, it kept something at bay. Another part of me hated that flicker and wanted it gone. Just before midnight, I made up my mind. I walked to the wall switch for the veranda light. My hand hovered over it. I took a deep breath and flipped it off. The veranda went dark. My house felt suddenly too quiet. I strained to hear any sound outside. Nothing. No flicker, no scratch, just silence. I couldn't see anything. I approached the window and looked out. The darkness was total except for some distant glow from a neighbor's lights down the street. My veranda looked ordinary, just a chair, a small table, and the lamp fixture. Without the light, I could barely make them out. I stood there, watching, for what felt like a long time. My breathing was shallow. My head pounded. I half expected something to tap on the window. Nothing happened. Eventually, I sat down, relieved. The silence was absolute, like a heavy blanket pressing down on the house. I stayed up another hour, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't relax. I felt no comfort. The silence didn't feel peaceful. It felt oppressive, like a large weight pressing against my ears. I listened to my own heartbeat. I got up, drank some water, walked around the house. Everything was in order. There was no reason to feel tense. Yet I did. The absence of that flicker and scratching didn't feel like a victory. It felt like I had invited something else in, or maybe lost track of something that had been there. I managed a few hours of restless sleep on the couch. When I woke up, it was early morning on Christmas Day. I went straight to the window. The lamp was off. Everything outside looked normal. The snow lay undisturbed. No footprints, no strange marks. I went outside. The air felt cold and empty. The lamp fixture looked the same as always. I ran my hand over it. Solid metal, normal bulb. I flicked the switch inside. The lamp turned on. It glowed steadily. No flicker, just a plain, steady light. It stayed that way. I turned it off again and went back inside. Something wasn't right, though. I couldn't shake that tension in my chest. My arms felt weak. I kept listening for noises outside, but I heard nothing. I tried to celebrate the holiday in a simple way, brewing coffee, eating something, but it all tasted flat. I kept drifting toward the window, looking outside, expecting something to happen. The lamp stayed off. Everything was quiet. As the hours passed, I never felt relaxed. The day went by slowly. I tried to watch TV, read something, call a friend. I couldn't focus. I kept glancing at the veranda, expecting a flicker, a scratch, anything. Nothing ever came. By the afternoon, I realized the feeling I had wasn't going away. It was like a knot in my stomach. I regretted turning off the lamp. I missed the noise, the flickering. At least when it was happening, I knew what I was dealing with. Now I had silence and normal light, but the uneasy feeling inside me was worse. Even as I write this now, remembering that morning, I feel my skin crawl. Nothing ever explained the lamp's behavior. It never flickered again after that night. But the memory of it, and the tension it brought, never left me. I still think about that strange December, the strange light, and the noise outside my window. I live in the same house. The lamp works fine now. Nothing else ever happened. Yet every Christmas, when I turn the veranda light on, I hesitate for a second. I remember that flicker and the sound against the glass. I remember the silence that followed. It never stopped feeling wrong. I opened my front door early in the morning on December 1st and saw a small bundle of cloth on the step. It looked old and had a faded green ribbon tied around it. It was about the size of a folded T-shirt. I bent down and picked it up. It felt stiff and cold, like it had been outside all night. I looked around to see if anyone was nearby. I saw no one. The street was quiet. Just a few cars parked on the sides and some frost on the grass. It was still early, and I hadn't had my coffee yet. I carried the bundle inside and closed the door behind me. I placed it on my kitchen table. The cloth was rough to the touch, not soft. It looked like some old fabric scrap. There was no note, no card, no name. I wondered who left it there. I unwrapped the ribbon and unfolded the cloth. Inside, there was nothing. Just a single piece of fabric, cold and stiff. No pattern, no writing. I poked it, expecting maybe something hidden, but I found nothing. I shrugged, not sure what to make of it. I decided I would leave it somewhere out of the way. Maybe someone would come by and ask for it. I rolled it back up and set it on a small side table near the door. That night, as I tried to fall asleep, I thought I heard something tapping near the front door. It was a faint sound, very soft. At first, I assumed it was just the wind, or maybe a branch brushing against something outside. I listened for a while and then gave up. I pulled the blankets up, closed my eyes, and told myself I was just imagining things. The next morning, I checked the doorstep again. Nothing new. The cloth bundle was still inside, right where I'd left it. I felt it with my hand, still cold, despite being in a heated house all night. That was odd. I looked closely at it in the daylight. The fabric had a coarse texture. It felt almost like burlap or something similar. The green ribbon was frayed at the edges. I wondered if someone thought this would be a prank or a strange gift. I shook my head and placed it in a drawer near the door to keep it out of sight. Over the next few days, I tried to ignore it. Sometimes at night, I heard soft touches or gentle thumps near the door. I checked the peephole a few times. I saw nothing except the dark porch light and the empty street. I started to feel uneasy. I began locking the door earlier. I adjusted the outside light to shine brighter. I even moved a heavy bag of rock salt against the door so it would be harder for anyone to mess with the entrance. But no matter what I did, each morning I would open the drawer and find that piece of fabric still cold. I couldn't explain that. My house was warm. Everything else felt normal. This cloth was always as if it had been left in a freezer. I tried pressing it against my cheek to confirm. Yes, it was cold and slightly damp now. This made no sense. I decided to throw it away. I took it outside to the trash bin behind my garage. I lifted the lid and tossed it in. Then I went back inside and tried to forget about it. That night I had trouble sleeping again. I lay in bed, listening to my heater hum softly. Around 3 a.m, I heard a faint rubbing sound against my front door. I sat up and held my breath. It was a sliding, soft sound, as if something brushed against the wood. I crept downstairs, turned on the hallway light, and looked through the peephole. I saw nothing. I opened the door, letting the cold air in, and looked down. The bundle was on my doorstep again. My heart thumped hard. I had thrown it away. Yet here it was, back where I first found it. I looked around my yard, my breath hanging in the air. No one was out there. I grabbed the cloth and stepped inside, locking the door behind me. My hand shook as I set it on the table. In the morning, I felt tired and irritable. I knew something strange was happening. I inspected the cloth again. It felt even colder than before, as if it had been dipped in ice water. It left a slight wet mark on the table. I noticed now that it had a faint smell. Not a strong odor, just a slight musty scent, like an old cellar. I opened the door and looked at my front step. There was a thin layer of frost where the bundle had been. I hadn't noticed that earlier. I brushed it with my shoe. It melted a bit, leaving a damp spot on the concrete. This was getting under my skin. I decided to call one of my neighbors, an older guy named Mike. He lived 2 houses down. I asked him if he had seen anyone hanging around my place at night. He said no. I told him about the strange cloth. He looked puzzled. He said maybe a kid was playing a prank. I nodded, pretending to agree, but I didn't believe that. Why would a kid leave a worthless piece of cloth and keep bringing it back? I put the bundle in a plastic bag and stored it in my coat closet inside the house. That night I placed a chair under the doorknob and made sure every window was locked. I lay awake for hours, listening. Around 4 a.m, I heard that soft touch again. A gentle tapping, like fingers brushing against the door. My heart raced. I didn't move. I just stayed still in bed, breathing quietly. Eventually, it stopped. When I checked in the morning, the cloth was still inside my closet. It hadn't moved. Maybe I had imagined the sound. Maybe not. As the days passed, I noticed a strange feeling whenever I walked near the front door. The air felt cooler there. The wood of the door felt slightly damp. The bundle in my closet remained cold, no matter what I did. I tried warming it with my hands once, rubbing it briskly. It made no difference. It stayed cold. The smell got a bit stronger, though still faint. My stomach tightened every time I looked at it. I started avoiding that side of the house. Sometimes, just before dawn, I heard a soft thump on the door. It never lasted long. I began to dread going to bed. I would sit in my living room, lights dimmed, listening for sounds. Twice I thought I saw a shadow pass by the small window next to the door. I rushed over, looked outside, and saw nothing. My fingers would tremble when I touched the doorknob. I felt silly and scared. I didn't understand what was happening. By mid-December, I was sleeping only a few hours a night. I drank coffee constantly to stay alert. I considered throwing the cloth away again, maybe burning it, but something about it kept me from trying. I felt as though it would return no matter what I did. I placed the bundle on the table again and stared at it for a while. It looked harmless, just fabric, rough, cold fabric. I pressed my ear against it, expecting maybe some sound. Nothing. One evening I tried leaving the cloth outside on the doorstep. I locked the door and peered through the peephole. After a few minutes, I saw the cloth shift slightly, as if the wind moved it. But there was no wind. I flung the door open, hoping to catch someone messing with it. The porch was empty. The cloth lay still. I picked it up and my hand jerked back. It felt colder than before, almost painful to hold. I gritted my teeth and carried it inside. I tossed it onto the floor. Water droplets formed around it, tiny beads of moisture on my hardwood floor. I wiped them up with a rag, cursing under my breath. The cloth left a faint, damp circle on the floor. My heart pounded. I felt angry and helpless. As Christmas approached, the tension grew. Every night, the tapping and brushing sounds got a bit louder. They never lasted long, never more than a few seconds, but enough to jolt me awake. I tried to record them with my phone. I set it up on a chair facing the door, recording audio through the night. In the morning, I listened. The recordings picked up faint scratching sounds, very soft. It sounded like someone touching the door with their fingertips. I couldn't make sense of it. There were no footprints outside, no damage, no signs of forced entry, just these noises and that impossible cold cloth. On December 23rd, I decided to stay up all night and watch the door. I sat in my armchair, holding a flashlight and a kitchen knife. I felt stupid, but I had to do something. I turned off all the lights and listened. Hours passed, and I struggled to keep my eyes open. Around 4 a.m, I heard the scratching again, right in front of me. I flipped on the flashlight and jumped up, grabbing the doorknob. I yanked the door open. Cold air rushed in, stinging my face. Nothing was there, just the empty porch and the dark street. The cloth was inside on the table where I had left it. I checked. It was still there, still cold. I slammed the door and locked it. My teeth chattered, though I wasn't sure if it was from the cold or fear. On Christmas Eve, the atmosphere felt heavy. I avoided going near the door most of the day. I tried playing music, watching movies, anything to distract myself. I kept glancing at the cloth. It sat on my table, quiet, still. By evening, I felt the air inside the house getting cooler. I checked my thermostat. It showed the normal temperature, but I felt chilled. My hands felt clammy. I went to bed early, leaving the cloth on the table. I locked the door, pushed the chair against it, and kept a flashlight under my pillow. I woke up several times during the night. Each time, I heard a soft brushing noise, sometimes a faint knock. I clenched my fists and stayed under the blankets, breathing slowly. My heart hammered in my chest. I didn't dare get up again. Around dawn, I finally fell into a deeper sleep, exhausted. On Christmas morning, I woke up to silence. No tapping, no scratching. I felt stiff and sore. My head ached. I rubbed my eyes and looked at the clock. It was just after 6. I got up slowly and walked to the table. The cloth was gone, the ribbon, the fabric, everything. I searched the room. Nothing. I looked under the table, behind chairs, in the closet. Gone. I opened the front door. The porch was empty, but I noticed a thin trail of ice leading from the step down to the sidewalk. It was a narrow line, like a snail's trail, leading out into the street and disappearing near the curb. I walked outside in my slippers and followed it as far as I could. It just vanished where the asphalt began. I stood there, breathing the cold air, feeling it burn my throat. No cloth, no strange sounds, no sign of anyone. Just that weird line of ice on the concrete. I knelt down and touched it. It felt smooth and wet. I wiped my hand on my pants. My stomach tightened. I felt relief that the cloth was gone, but I also felt uneasy. It had just vanished. I walked back inside, closing the door behind me, and locked it. For the rest of the day, I tried to enjoy Christmas. I brewed coffee, made a small breakfast, turned on the TV. The house felt quiet and still. I half expected to hear tapping again, but there was nothing. The air inside felt warmer now, or maybe it was just my imagination. I checked the doorstep a few times. All clear. No bundle, no ice trail. It was as if it never happened. I never found out who left that cloth. Maybe it was some kind of strange prank. Maybe someone wanted to scare me. But I never saw anyone, never got a note or an explanation. Over time, I tried to forget about it. Still, each time December comes around, I feel a slight unease. I check my doorstep early in the mornings. When I open the door, I think about that bundle of cold fabric. I think about the scratching sounds at night. I think about that trail of ice. I can't explain it. I don't try to, not anymore. I'm just glad it's gone. I still remember how it felt to hold that cloth, how cold it was, how it left moisture on my hand. I remember those sleepless nights, the tapping on the door, the fear in my chest. It was all very real. Now my front doorstep remains empty, just as it should be. I move on with my life, but I'll never forget those days in December when a strange piece of cloth tried to get my attention, night after night, until it vanished without a trace. I noticed the bell on my second morning in that house. It was early December, just after sunrise. I stepped outside to take a look at the roof, checking the shingles for any damage from the last storm. I looked up and saw a small, rusty bell hanging from the beam that ran under the roof's edge. It was about the size of my fist, crusted with brownish stains. I didn't remember it from when I moved in. It looked old and worn, but not decorative. It hung still, not swaying in the light breeze. I found it strange, but I had a lot to do that day, so I let it go. Later that night, I heard a faint ringing sound. It was very light, just a soft chime. At first, I thought it might be something inside the house, maybe a loose piece of metal in the heating vents. I walked around, listening carefully. The sound faded. I shrugged and went back to watching TV. An hour later, I heard it again. I muted the TV and listened. The sound was soft, like a bell touched lightly. I went to the window and opened it. Cold air rushed in. I heard nothing. I closed the window, annoyed at myself for making a fuss. The next night, I heard it again around 3 a.m. I woke up thirsty and went to the kitchen for water. As I passed the living room window, I heard a faint ring, a weak metallic note. I froze and listened. It came again. I realized it was coming from outside. I thought of the bell I had seen. I grabbed a flashlight, stepped into my boots, and went outside in my pajamas. The air was freezing. I saw my breath in front of me. I shone the flashlight up at the beam. The bell hung there, still. It didn't move. I kicked the porch post, trying to see if vibrations would make it ring. Nothing. The bell stayed silent. I felt foolish, standing in the cold with a flashlight, so I went back in and locked the door. During the day, I tried to ignore it. I went about my normal routine, working on my laptop, organizing some holiday decorations, making simple meals. But as the sun went down, I started thinking about that sound again. Around midnight, I sat in the living room with the lights off, listening. Eventually, the faint ring came. It sounded like someone tapping the bell very gently. My stomach tightened. I felt a nervous energy run through my arms. I told myself it was just the wind or a loose nail. But there was barely any wind, and I had checked the beam. Everything looked solid. By the second week of December, I heard the bell ring almost every night. It was never loud, just a soft chime, 1 or 2 notes, then silence. I noticed that it happened at odd times, mostly very late, when I was half asleep or when the house was dark and quiet. Sometimes I tried opening the window fast to catch it. Each time I did, it stopped. The bell never seemed to move when I looked at it. I started feeling uneasy in my own home. My chest felt tight at night. I had trouble sleeping. I drank coffee late into the evening just to stay awake, waiting to hear the sound. When I did, I would jump up, rush to the window, and see nothing. I considered taking the bell down. I tried once in the afternoon. I set up a ladder, climbed up with a pair of pliers, and tried to remove it. The bell was attached to a small metal hook screwed into the beam. The hook wouldn't budge. I twisted and pulled with all my strength. The hook felt like it was fused to the wood. The bell itself wouldn't come off the hook either. The thing seemed stuck in place. I gave up after a few minutes, my hands freezing and stiff from gripping the tools. I asked my neighbors if they knew anything about it. They shrugged and said the previous owner was a quiet guy who never mentioned a bell. I felt embarrassed bringing it up, as if I was making a big deal out of nothing. But that night, when I heard the bell again, I got angry. I shouted out loud, telling whoever was messing with me to stop. My voice echoed in the empty living room. The bell rang again, a soft, gentle note. It felt like a response. I rushed outside with a flashlight and looked around the yard. I circled the house, shining the beam of light on every corner. No one was there, just snow, dark trees, and quiet streets. As Christmas approached, I tried to distract myself by putting up decorations. I hung lights in the living room, set up a small artificial tree, and placed a wreath on the front door. I turned on some quiet holiday music to break the silence, but the bell's sound cut through everything. I'd be sitting there trying to focus on my laptop, and I'd hear that tiny ring. My heart would beat faster. My hands would get clammy. I'd stop breathing for a moment and listen. Sometimes I heard nothing for hours. Sometimes I heard a few rings in a row. One night, I tried recording the sound. I set my phone on the windowsill and hit the record button. I sat in the dark, waiting. Around 2 a.m, I heard a soft chime. I let the recording run for another hour before checking it. The next morning, I played it back. Nothing. The audio picked up my breathing, a faint hum from the heater, but not the bell. I replayed it several times, turning up the volume. Nothing. It was as if the bell's sound didn't register on the recording. That made me nervous. I knew I heard it, but my phone didn't. By the week before Christmas, I started feeling watched. It was an odd feeling, like someone stood just outside my field of vision, behind a wall or behind a window. Whenever I heard the bell, I looked around, expecting to see a face at the window. I never did. Still, I felt it. My neck would tense up, and I'd get goosebumps on my arms. Sometimes I'd step outside in daylight and stare at that bell. It hung there, rusted and dull. It didn't sway. It didn't look special. It just looked old. 3 days before Christmas, I tried to knock it down with a long pole. I jabbed at it from the ground, trying to dislodge it from the hook. I hit it a few times, and it made a dull clank. It didn't fall. I got frustrated and swung harder, nearly losing my balance on the icy porch. After several attempts, I gave up. It wouldn't move. My arms were tired and my fingers numb from the cold. That night, the bell rang more than before. I was certain I heard it 5 or 6 times. Each time, my head snapped up, and I looked to the window. My stomach churned with nerves. I checked the locks on my doors and windows twice. I pulled the curtains tight. I turned up the heat, but I still felt a chill. I was losing sleep. When I did rest, I had shallow, uneasy naps instead of proper sleep. I felt tired and irritable. I talked to myself, cursing at that damn bell. On Christmas Eve, I tried to ignore it. I put on a movie, ordered pizza, and tried to relax. But as midnight approached, I got anxious. I turned off the movie and sat in silence, waiting. The bell rang once, very faint, around 1 a.m. I jumped up and crept toward the window. I stood there for a long time, breathing softly, peeking through a gap in the curtain. I saw nothing but the dark outline of the roof and the beam. The bell was just a shape in the shadows. I stood there until my knees felt weak. Finally, I returned to my chair and closed my eyes. Around 3 a.m., I woke with a start. I hadn't realized I'd fallen asleep. The bell rang again, louder this time. I almost cried out. My heart pounded. I grabbed a baseball bat I had brought downstairs for comfort. I held it tight and stood by the door, unsure what I would do. The bell rang a second time. I clenched my teeth. Then it stopped. I waited, not moving, for what felt like an hour. Eventually, I climbed the stairs to my bedroom and locked the door behind me. I barely slept. Christmas morning, I woke up feeling hollow and stiff. I listened carefully. The house was silent. I went downstairs and approached the window. I opened the curtain and looked at the bell. It hung there, silent and still. No wind, no snow falling, just a quiet, cold morning. I opened the front door and stepped onto the porch. The air smelled fresh. The bell did not move or make a sound. I could hear distant cars on the main road, but nothing else. I stood there, staring at that bell. I considered one last time trying to yank it off, but something in me hesitated. I stepped back inside and closed the door. The silence felt heavy. I made coffee and sipped it at the kitchen table. I kept glancing at the window, half expecting to hear a chime. It never came. The day passed slowly. I tried to enjoy the holiday, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I checked outside again in the afternoon. The bell was still there, still silent. That night, I went to bed early. For the first time in weeks, I didn't hear the bell. I should have felt relieved, but I didn't. I felt an uneasy pressure in my chest. I told myself it was good that the noise stopped. I tried to relax, but my back muscles stayed tense. I tossed and turned, wondering why the silence felt worse than the ringing. The next day, I woke up groggy and anxious. I looked out the window. The bell still hung from the beam. I went outside and touched the beam. It felt solid. The bell was real, made of metal, cold to the touch. I tapped it lightly with my fingertip. It made a tiny sound. I realized I had never heard it ring like that during the day. Whatever I heard at night was different, quieter, softer, and now it was gone. In the following days, the bell remained silent. I never managed to remove it, but it stopped ringing at night. Still, the house felt tense. I caught myself expecting that sound every time I turned off the lights. Each night, I lay in bed, listening to the quiet. I didn't sleep well. I felt watched, even though nothing happened. I searched online for any explanation. I found nothing. I tried to move on. Weeks passed, and the bell never rang again, but the memory of that sound stayed with me. It made my pulse quicken every time I looked at the beam. I tried not to think about it. I focused on my work, on normal routines. Still, if I was honest, I never felt completely at ease again. The silence had weight. The presence of that small, rusted bell reminded me of those nights I spent awake, scared and confused. I still live in the same house. The bell still hangs there. I don't try to remove it anymore. I don't mention it to my neighbors. I accept it as part of the place, even though I hate the memory it carries. The nights remain quiet now, but that quiet isn't comforting. It's a tense, strained silence that reminds me that something happened once. Even if I can't explain what or why, I go on with my life. But every December, I find myself listening closely in the dark, waiting to hear that faint chime again. It never comes, but the waiting never feels any easier. I first noticed something strange about the corridor in early December. It was just a narrow walkway between two old apartment buildings, nothing special. I passed through it almost every day on my way home from work. It ran behind a row of garages and dumpsters, leading out onto a back street. Most people avoided it at night, but I used it as a shortcut. The weather had turned cold, and I liked saving a few minutes on my commute. One evening, I stepped into the corridor and immediately felt the difference. The air inside it was colder than the main street, much colder. I zipped up my jacket and pulled the hood tight. I walked quickly, my breath fogging up in front of my face. The ground was damp, and a thin layer of frost had formed on the asphalt. It surprised me because the rest of the street wasn't that cold. When I reached the other end, I looked back, puzzled. I shrugged it off. Maybe a draft blew between the buildings. Over the next few nights, I noticed that whenever I crossed through, the corridor felt freezing. Not just chilly, but biting cold. I saw my breath turn into thick clouds. I hunched my shoulders and moved faster. After a few more trips, I started to feel uneasy. It wasn't just the temperature. Something else felt off. The wind was quiet. No traffic noise reached this narrow space. My footsteps echoed in a weird way, sounding hollow and distant. A week later, I crossed at around 11 at night. It was late and the main streets were empty. I entered the corridor and felt the usual chill. About halfway through, I noticed a faint sound behind me. Soft footsteps, as if someone walked at a careful pace. I stopped and turned around, shining my phone's flashlight into the darkness. The walls of the buildings were covered in old paint and patches of mildew. Empty space. No one was there. I felt a tightness in my chest. My hands felt clammy despite the cold. I hurried out to the other side. The following night I tried to avoid the corridor. I walked the long way around the block, past the main streetlights. It took me an extra 5 minutes. I told myself I was being paranoid. By the time I reached my apartment building, I felt stupid. It was just a corridor. I decided I would use it again the next night. I couldn't let something so minor get to me. The next evening, I entered the corridor at around 10. I tried to act normal, but I held my phone in my hand, ready to turn on the flashlight. The cold air hit me as soon as I stepped inside. I could see frost glinting on the ground. About halfway through, I heard a soft scuffing sound. It was like a shoe scraping lightly against the asphalt. I froze and listened. My heartbeat thumped in my ears. I slowly turned around. Nothing moved. No one stood there. I forced myself to keep walking. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. My legs felt weak. I emerged onto the back street and exhaled sharply, relieved. By mid-December, I tried crossing the corridor at different times. I thought maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks when I was tired. I went through it earlier in the evening, around 7. Still, the air inside was colder than anywhere else. I leaned against one wall and held out my hand. I could actually see my fingertips turning red from the chill. Outside the corridor, the weather was cold but not that extreme. Inside, it felt like stepping into a freezer. I began to dread passing through it, but the detour around the block annoyed me. It felt silly avoiding a simple walkway. Yet each time I entered, my chest tightened. I listened carefully for any sound. Sometimes I thought I heard faint breathing, sometimes a soft shuffle of feet. Never loud, never clear, always just at the edge of hearing. When I turned to look, I saw nothing. The silence pressed in on me. My skin prickled. I hurried through, head down. As Christmas approached, the city became festive. Lights and decorations appeared in windows. People rushed around with gifts. The main streets felt alive and cheerful. But that corridor stayed dark and cold. The streetlights didn't reach inside it well. The walls were too close, the angle wrong. At night, it felt like a hidden pocket of winter. No one else used it when I was there. I never saw a single person coming the other way. It was like the corridor existed just for me. On December 20th, I tried bringing a small pocket thermometer with me. I wanted to measure the temperature difference. Outside, it was about -1 or 2 degrees Celsius. Inside the corridor, the thermometer dropped to -10. That made no sense. It was a short walkway, maybe 15 meters long. It couldn't hold that much cold air, yet the thermometer confirmed it. I pushed it into my pocket and ran out, shivering. My heart pounded. I hated that place. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I lay in bed, replaying the walk in my head. I told myself I was overreacting, but my stomach knotted up every time I thought about the corridor. The next day, I considered asking someone to come with me. But who would I ask? My coworkers? They'd laugh. My neighbors? I didn't know them well. I decided not to mention it to anyone. It sounded too strange. On December 22nd, I crossed again. This time I tried holding my breath to see if I could notice anything unusual. The cold hit me harder than ever. About halfway through, I felt a sensation like someone standing very close behind me. I stopped and spun around. Nothing. My face felt hot, even in the cold. My fingers tingled. I broke into a run, slipping slightly on the icy ground as I dashed out into the back street. When I reached safety, I realized I was breathing hard, my chest tight. My heart felt like it would burst. I leaned on a streetlight, panting, staring back at the corridor's dark entrance. No sign of movement. On December 23rd, I decided to try another approach. I brought a small flashlight and kept it on the entire time as I walked through. The beam lit up the damp walls and the cracked asphalt. I saw garbage scattered around, broken glass, a few old leaves. Nothing moved, but I still felt it, that presence behind me. The flashlight made no difference. I knew something was there, even if I couldn't see it. My legs shook as I stepped out the other side. On Christmas Eve, the city was quiet. Late at night, people stayed indoors with family and friends. The streets were empty. I finished work late and had no choice. The corridor was the fastest route home. I told myself I would pass through quickly. I had no gifts, no bags, just my coat and my flashlight. I entered slowly, shining the light ahead. The air felt even colder than before. My breath came out in heavy clouds. The silence was total. My ears rang slightly from the tension. About halfway through, I heard a single clear footstep behind me. Just one step. I turned so fast I nearly dropped my flashlight. I pointed the beam at the empty path behind me. Nothing. The corridor was short enough that I could see the entire length. There was nowhere to hide. My heart hammered. I backed away, facing the direction I came from. Another sound, a soft scrape, reached my ears. My stomach clenched. I turned and ran, sprinting toward the other end. I stumbled on some loose gravel and fell to my knees, scraping them. I swore loudly. I got back up and kept running. The cold air burned my lungs. I burst out into the back street, gasping. Once I was out, the silence seemed to follow me. No one was around, no cars, no voices. I stood there, breathing hard, tears forming in my eyes from the shock. My knees stung. I looked down and saw small tears in my jeans and a bit of blood. I wiped it off with my glove, feeling stupid and scared. I turned around and faced the corridor. It was just a dark space between buildings, yet my skin crawled. I decided I would never use it again. On Christmas morning, I woke up feeling tense and drained. I had the day off. I walked around my neighborhood, avoiding that area. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I approached the corridor from the far side, the one I usually came out of. I stood at the entrance, peering in. It looked normal, maybe a bit brighter in the daylight. I walked inside a few steps. The temperature difference was still there, but less severe. It felt cold, but not as brutally cold as before. I stood there, my heart pounding, waiting to feel that presence again. I heard nothing, just the faint hum of distant traffic. I backed out slowly. My body felt shaky, but at least I could stand there without panicking. Over the next few days, I avoided the corridor completely. When I needed to pass that area, I took the main streets, even if it meant a longer walk. I couldn't forget the feeling of something behind me, the sounds I heard. When I slept, I sometimes dreamed of walking through that cold space, hearing footsteps that stopped the moment I turned around. I woke up sweating and clenching my jaw. By the time New Year's came around, I checked the corridor once more from a distance. It looked normal, a bit dirty, some puddles on the ground, nothing special. I noticed that I could see frost lingering there during the day, while the rest of the street had melted snow. It still held on to that chill, though not as strong as before. I watched a stranger walk through it once. He just passed normally, not reacting to anything. That made me doubt my own experience. But I knew what I felt. I knew what I heard. Even now, months later, I think about that corridor. The cold air, the soft footsteps, the sudden panic I felt. I can't explain it. It's just a simple passage between two buildings. A shortcut I used to take almost every day. But I can't bring myself to go back through at night. The memory of that freezing air and those faint, careful steps behind me is too strong. When I walk past that area now, I stick to the lit sidewalks. I watch people go about their lives, carrying bags, chatting on phones, laughing. I remember how quiet and empty it felt inside that corridor, how I heard sounds that had no source, how I felt something close behind me, something I could never see. I try not to dwell on it. Maybe there's a simple explanation. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks, but I still feel uneasy whenever I'm near that spot. In the end, nothing dramatic happened. I wasn't attacked. I didn't see a figure or a face. I just felt fear and tension building over several days, especially as Christmas approached. That night, on Christmas Eve, when I ran and fell, it felt like a breaking point. After that, the corridor seemed to release its grip on me. Or maybe I just decided to keep my distance. Now I live my life normally. I no longer work late shifts that force me to choose dark shortcuts. I keep to well-lit streets. Sometimes, though, when it's very cold and I'm walking alone at night, I remember that corridor and the feeling of something right behind me. I remember the sound of that single footstep, so close, and the silence that followed. It still makes my heart beat faster. I think I'll never completely shake that memory. The corridor might be a bit warmer now, but I'll always remember how it felt that December. I first noticed the upside-down picture on December 1st. It was a framed piece of artwork on my living room wall, something I never paid much attention to. The frame was wooden, about 30 centimeters wide, and it had been hanging in the same spot for months, The image inside was abstract, just shapes and lines. One afternoon, I walked into the living room and realized the frame was upside down. I frowned, wondering if I had bumped it somehow. I tried to remember if I'd done any cleaning that could have caused it. Nothing came to mind. I shrugged and reached up, flipping it the right way. The next morning I came downstairs and saw the frame was upside down again. This time, I felt a small chill. The night before, I had gone to bed after watching TV. I had not touched the frame. No one else lived with me. I stood there, staring at it for a few seconds. I forced a casual attitude, walked over, and flipped it again. It stayed that way for the rest of the day. I told myself there must be some issue with the hook on the wall or the wire on the back. Maybe it was slowly rotating by itself. It didn't seem logical, but I couldn't think of a better explanation. That night, before going to bed, I checked the frame. It was still right side up. I tapped it lightly. It felt secure. I turned off the lights and went upstairs. Around 3 a.m, I woke up for no reason. I lay in bed, listening to the silence of the house. I couldn't relax. I got up and crept downstairs, turning on the hallway light. I peeked into the living room. The frame was upside down again. My heart thumped. I tightened my jaw, walked over, and grabbed the frame in both hands. I removed it from the wall completely. The hook on the wall was fine, a single screw, solid, not loose. The wire on the back of the frame was intact. I rehung it carefully, making sure it was level. I stood back, breathing slowly, and watched it for a moment. It didn't move. I switched off the light and went back to bed, feeling uneasy. In the morning, it was upside down. I actually cursed out loud, angry at this stupid situation. I pressed my hand against my chest. My heart felt tight. I ran my fingers through my hair. I walked up to the picture and took it off the wall again. I inspected every part, the frame, the wire, the hook. Everything seemed normal. I decided to try something else. I hammered a second small nail above the hook to prevent the frame from rotating. Satisfied, I hung it up again and pulled lightly to test it. It felt secure. I made coffee, watched some TV, and tried to forget about it. That night when I came home from a short walk, I checked the frame. It was right side up. I felt relieved. I watched a movie, had dinner, and then decided to put up some Christmas lights on the windowsill. After finishing, I sat down on the couch, glanced at the frame, and felt a sudden spike of anxiety. It was upside down again. That made no sense. There was no sound, no movement. I had been in the same room for the past hour. I hadn't even noticed it flipping. I stood up slowly, legs feeling weak. I leaned in close to the frame, squinting, as if that would help me see something I missed. I didn't want to admit it, but I felt scared. My chest was tight, and my palms were sweaty. I took the picture off the wall and placed it on the coffee table. I decided to leave it there for the night. No way it could turn upside down now. It was lying flat. I tried to watch TV to distract myself, but I kept looking at the frame on the table. It just lay there, the abstract image looking meaningless. Eventually, I turned off the TV and went to bed. At around 2 a.m, I woke up again. I felt uneasy, my heart beating a bit too fast. I got out of bed and went downstairs. I switched on the living room light. The frame was on the table, now resting at an angle, somehow propped up against a coaster. The image was upside down. I stood there, mouth hanging open. I had left it flat. There was no reason for it to be propped up. I walked closer and poked it. It fell flat on the table with a soft thud. I rubbed my eyes. I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. Something very strange was going on. Over the next few days, this kept happening. No matter how I placed or secured the frame, I would find it inverted by morning. Sometimes it happened when I was out of the room. I tried setting up my phone to record a video. I placed it on a shelf, facing the picture. I started recording and left the house for a short walk. When I returned, I found the frame upside down again. I checked the video. The phone recorded for an hour, but it only showed the frame suddenly upside down at some point. There was no movement captured, no sound. It was as if I had paused the camera, moved the frame, and resumed recording. But I hadn't. As the days passed, I became more nervous. I tried ignoring the frame, but it was impossible. It drew my attention every time I entered the living room. I felt like I was being watched. My shoulders tensed whenever I approached that corner of the room. I stopped hanging the frame on the wall. I left it on the table or the mantel, but it always ended up upside down somehow. I tried removing the image from the frame entirely. I took it apart, pulled out the print, and placed it face up on the table. The next morning, the print was face down, rotated 180 degrees. I couldn't believe it. I tried placing heavy objects on it, like books. I'd return to find the print somehow flipped, with the books moved aside. I started sleeping with the bedroom door locked. I checked the windows every night. I tested the alarm system in my house. Everything was normal. No sign of forced entry. No sign of anyone coming in. Yet something in my living room was messing with me. I considered throwing the frame away. One afternoon, I took the entire frame, print and all, outside to the trash bin. I tossed it in and closed the lid. I felt a little guilty for littering an intact frame, but I just wanted it gone. That night, I slept a bit better. I woke up around 3 a.m, thirsty. I went downstairs to get a glass of water. When I turned on the kitchen light, I glanced into the living room. My stomach twisted. The frame was back on the coffee table, upside down. I dropped the glass and it shattered on the floor. I screamed, heart pounding. I rushed to the door, opened it, ran outside in my pajamas, and looked into the trash bin. It was empty. I felt dizzy. My teeth were chattering. I went back inside, locked the door, and leaned against it, trying to calm down. I didn't know what else to do. I had to live with this thing, whatever it was. Every time I moved the frame, every time I tried to get rid of it, it returned, always upside down. The days leading up to Christmas were a nightmare. I heard soft creaks in the living room at night. I thought I felt a slight pressure in the air, like something unseen occupying the space near that frame. My muscles were always tense. I stopped turning off all the lights at night. I left a lamp on, hoping that would help. It didn't. On December 24th, I decided to ignore it completely. I pretended it wasn't there. I placed the frame on the wall again, right side up. I hammered extra nails around it to keep it from turning. I even duct-taped the edges of the frame to the wall. It looked ridiculous, but I didn't care. I wanted it locked in place. I spent the evening eating dinner, watching holiday specials, trying to relax. Occasionally, I glanced at the frame. It stayed right side up, securely taped. Around midnight, I switched off the TV and stood in the middle of the room, staring at the frame. I said out loud, "Stay like that. Just stay." My voice sounded shaky. I waited, expecting something to happen. Nothing did. I gave a nervous laugh and went to bed. I woke up on Christmas morning feeling exhausted. I went downstairs, expecting the worst. The frame was still on the wall, still taped, still right side up. I felt a weight lift from my chest. Maybe I had beaten it. I carefully peeled off the tape and examined the frame. It stayed in place. I walked around the house, checking every corner. Everything seemed normal. I made coffee and tried to enjoy the holiday. I still felt on edge, but at least the frame hadn't moved. As the morning passed, I found myself glancing at the frame every few minutes. The image inside looked bland and meaningless, just random shapes, but something about it made me feel uneasy. My hands were shaky as I approached it. I told myself I needed to act normal. I decided to leave the frame alone for the entire day. No touching, no adjusting. Just leave it as is. I tried to distract myself. I called a friend to wish them Merry Christmas. I watched a movie. I ate a simple meal. The house felt quiet and tense, but nothing strange happened. By late afternoon, I started to relax. Maybe it was over. Maybe the tension had passed. As evening fell, I turned on the Christmas lights and tried to feel some holiday spirit. I sipped hot chocolate, sitting on the couch, looking at the frame. It stayed in place, right side up. That night, I went to bed early. I was mentally drained. I closed my bedroom door, locked it, and took a deep breath. I slept deeply for the first time in weeks. When I woke up, it was early morning, December 26th. I padded downstairs, feeling cautious but hopeful. I turned on the living room light. The frame was still on the wall, right side up. Everything seemed normal. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The silence in the room felt heavy. I stood there, crossing my arms. My heart began to beat faster. I realized I felt as if I had been watched all night. I opened the blinds, letting morning light in, and took a long look at the frame. It hadn't moved, but I couldn't relax. I touched my face, feeling clammy sweat on my forehead. I spent that entire day jumpy and unsure. The frame never moved again, but I kept expecting it to. Every small noise in the house made me flinch. Even though the crisis seemed over, I felt worse than before. I realized I would never feel completely safe around that frame again. It had done something to my nerves. The memory of it flipping upside down constantly, defying all logic, stayed with me. I never discovered why it happened. The frame still hangs in my living room. It hasn't moved since Christmas morning. But now and then, when I enter the room at night, I pause and look at it from the corner of my eye, expecting to see it inverted again. My throat tightens at the thought. I can't help feeling that something observed me during those nights, something I never saw. In the end, nothing else happened. The frame remained right side up. The tension slowly faded, but not completely. I still get goosebumps when I remember those December nights. I can't explain it, and I stopped trying. I moved some furniture around, tried to change the look of the living room, but that frame is still there. I consider taking it down permanently, maybe throwing it away again, but I hesitate. What if that makes it start all over? So I leave it. I leave it hanging, right side up, pretending it's just a normal piece of art. I go about my life, but I know what happened. I know I didn't imagine it. And I know that if I wake up one morning and find it upside down again, all that fear and tension will return. For now, I just live with the uneasy memory of a frame that once refused to stay in place. I first noticed the problem with the window in late December. It was a small window in my bedroom, facing the backyard. I always kept it closed and locked during winter, because the air outside was freezing. One night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to use the bathroom. I flipped on the hall light and passed by the bedroom window. I felt a draft of cold air on my neck. I stopped and checked it. The window was half open. I frowned. I remembered locking it before bed. I pushed it closed, clicked the lock, and went back to sleep. The next morning, I woke up and saw the window was slightly ajar again. Only a few centimeters, but enough to let in cold air. I locked it again, this time pressing hard to ensure it was secure. I checked the latch. It looked fine. Maybe I hadn't locked it properly the first time. I went about my day. That night, I locked the window carefully before sleeping. I tested it by tugging on the frame. It didn't budge. I slept soundly until around 3 a.m, when I felt the chill again. I got up, switched on the bedside lamp, and saw the window open about halfway. My heart sped up. I muttered a curse under my breath and closed it again, turning the lock. I stood there for a moment, listening. The room was silent except for my breathing. I climbed back into bed, pulling the blankets over my shoulders, my skin prickling. The next few nights, the same thing happened. I locked the window, went to sleep, and woke up to find it half open. Sometimes I woke up to the cold air at 1 or 2 a.m. Sometimes I only noticed it in the morning light. Each time I locked it again. I inspected the latch multiple times. It wasn't broken. The frame wasn't warped. I couldn't explain it. By December 20th, I started feeling uneasy in my own bedroom. Each night, I lay awake, waiting for the moment I would feel that cold air slip through. Around midnight, I began to notice a soft murmuring sound. It was faint, like a whisper just outside the window. I tried pressing my ear against the glass. I could hear a low, continuous sound, but I couldn't make out words or even a definite tone. It gave me goosebumps. I tried ignoring it, but I couldn't. My heart would pound. My hands grew clammy, and my neck felt stiff. I decided to block the window from the inside. I dragged a heavy wooden chair and wedged it against the window frame. I made sure the chair back pressed tightly against the window, preventing it from opening. Satisfied, I climbed into bed. That night I slept in fits, waking every hour to check the window. Around 3 a.m, I heard the murmuring again. I sat up, heart racing, and grabbed my flashlight from the nightstand. I shone it on the window. The chair stood there, unmoved. The window appeared closed. I sighed, relieved. In the morning, I woke up to find the window slightly open again, just a small gap. The chair had slid a bit, not enough to topple over, but enough to let the window open a crack. I stood there, stunned. The night before, I had wedged the chair so firmly that I doubted I could move it without a good push. Now it had shifted somehow. I felt my chest tighten. My fingers trembled a little. I tried to stay calm. I checked the backyard from another window. Nothing unusual, just snow and bare trees. The feeling that something was trying to enter my home grew stronger as Christmas approached. I spent my evenings watching TV or reading, but I kept glancing toward the bedroom door. I dreaded going to bed. I pictured myself waking to that cold air, that whispering sound. I thought about sleeping on the couch, but that felt cowardly. I refused to let some stupid window scare me. On December 23rd, I tried nailing the window shut. I took a small nail and a hammer and tapped it into the frame so the latch wouldn't move. I tested it by pushing hard on the window. It stayed shut. That night I fell asleep feeling more confident. But around 2 a.m, I woke to the sound of the window rattling. I lay still, heart pounding. I listened. The latch clicked softly. Then I felt the draft again. I jumped up, turned on the lamp, and saw the window half open. The nail I had hammered in now lay on the floor, bent. I lifted the chair and pushed it against the frame again. My breathing was shallow. I didn't know what else to do. I sat on the bed, holding my flashlight, staring at the window until dawn. In the morning, my eyes burned from lack of sleep. I felt sick to my stomach. I considered calling someone for help, maybe a handyman or a neighbor. But what would I say? That my window keeps opening by itself at night and I hear strange murmurs outside? They would think I was imagining things. I checked the outside frame, the hinges, everything. No sign of tampering, no footprints in the snow outside, just silence and cold air. Christmas Eve came, and I felt on edge the entire day. I tried playing music in the living room, cooking a nice meal, and even poured myself a small glass of wine to relax. But the thought of that window wouldn't leave my mind. As darkness fell, I locked every door and window in the house twice. I barricaded the bedroom window with the chair, a stack of heavy books, and even a small end table I dragged from the hallway. The window was now blocked by a pile of furniture. I stood back, crossing my arms, feeling foolish but desperate. Around midnight, I turned off the lights and crawled into bed. I pulled the blankets up to my chin and waited. The room was quiet except for my own breathing. I tried not to think about it, but I kept listening for the murmuring sound. Hours passed. I heard nothing. The window remained still. I should have felt relieved, but instead, I felt a heavy tension in the room. My heart rate stayed high. My palms were sweaty. I couldn't sleep. Around 3 a.m, I realized the curtain wasn't moving. Usually, when the window opened, the curtain would sway in the draft. Now, it hung motionless. The silence pressed on my ears. My chest felt tight. I checked my phone's clock. Just a few more hours until dawn. My muscles were stiff. I stayed under the covers, afraid to move. My mind raced with no clear thoughts, just fear and discomfort. When morning finally came, I slowly got out of bed. My back ached from lying still all night. I approached the window. It was closed. The furniture barricade remained in place, untouched. I removed the chair and the books, breathing deeply. The latch was still locked. I stepped back and stared at it. The window was finally closed. No cold air, no whispering, just silence. I should have been happy. The problem seemed gone, but I felt uneasy. Why had it stopped now on Christmas morning? I touched the window latch gently. It felt cold but secure. I opened the window a crack and looked outside. The backyard was empty. No footprints, no disturbance. I closed it again and locked it. The latch clicked softly. Everything was normal, but the feeling of discomfort wouldn't leave me. The house felt heavy and quiet. I made coffee and sipped it in the kitchen, trying to calm my nerves. I expected to feel relief, but I only felt a lingering tension. I walked around, checking every room. Everything was in order. No signs of forced entry, no odd smells, no unusual sounds. By midday, I still felt jumpy. I tried to celebrate Christmas in a simple way, made a small meal, watched a holiday special on TV. But I caught myself constantly glancing toward the bedroom door. The window stayed closed, of course, yet my stomach churned every time I thought about how easily it had opened before, how the nail had bent, how the chair had moved. I couldn't explain it. As evening came, I felt drained. I told myself it was over. The window hadn't opened since the night before. Whatever had been happening was done now. Still, I kept expecting something. I hovered near the bedroom door and listened. Nothing. The quiet was almost worse than the window opening by itself. At least when it opened, I knew what I was dealing with. Now I had nothing but silence and lingering fear. I went to bed early that night, too tired to do anything else. I locked the window again, just in case. I lay in the dark, listening to my own breathing. Eventually, I fell into a fitful sleep. I dreamed about standing in front of the window, feeling the cold air on my face, hearing that faint murmur, and seeing the latch move on its own. In the morning, the window remained closed. I didn't know if I should feel grateful or suspicious. Over the following days, the window stayed in place. No more half-open surprises, no more murmuring in the night. The tension in the house slowly faded, but not completely. I felt changed by the experience. At night, I double-check every lock and listen carefully before going to bed. The quiet now makes me nervous. Even now, months later, the window remains secure. But the memory of those cold December nights still makes my heart beat faster. I can't forget the sensation of that icy air touching my skin while I slept, or the sound of whispers just outside the glass. I never found an explanation. Maybe there is none. The only thing I know is that I'll never look at that window the same way again. I continue living in the same house. Winter comes and goes, and the window works as it should now. But each December, I feel uneasy as the nights grow longer and colder. I think back to that strange period when the window wouldn't stay closed, when I felt something outside trying to push its way in. The silence that followed after Christmas morning didn't bring peace. It just left questions. I guess I have to live with that uneasy feeling, knowing that something happened that I can't explain. At least now the window stays shut. That's all I can ask for. I first noticed the footprints on December 1st. It was early in the morning, just after sunrise. I stepped outside to pick up my newspaper. My front yard was covered in fresh snow from the night before. As I bent down to grab the newspaper, I saw a set of footprints about 10 meters away, near the center of my yard. They were small and irregular, like someone had walked on the tips of their toes. I looked around, confused. The footprints didn't lead from the street or from the sidewalk. They began and ended right in the middle of the snow-covered lawn, as if someone had landed there and then disappeared. I frowned and walked over. I followed the prints for a short distance, but they just ended abruptly. I stood there, turning in circles. No other marks, no scuff in the snow, no sign of where the person had come from or where they went. I shrugged and went back inside. I told myself it was probably some kid messing around, maybe jumping from one snowy patch to another. But my house was in a quiet neighborhood, mostly older couples. I rarely saw children. I tried not to overthink it. The next morning, I went out again to get the newspaper. I glanced at the yard. Fresh snowfall had covered everything. This time, I saw another set of footprints. They looked similar to the first ones, small, uneven, and starting and ending in the middle of the yard. I stepped closer, feeling the crunch of snow under my boots. The prints were about the same size as before, but arranged differently. They curved slightly, as if whoever made them had walked in a small arc before stopping. Again, no sign of entry or exit from the yard. I checked the fence line, the edges of my driveway, everywhere. Nothing but smooth snow and those odd marks. I was starting to feel uneasy. I walked over to my neighbor's house and asked if they had seen anyone in my yard. They shook their heads. I asked if their yards had any weird footprints. They said no. I joked about it, pretending it didn't bother me, and walked home. Inside, I looked out my window at the snowy yard. The footprints seemed harmless, but something about them felt wrong. I couldn't understand how they appeared out of nowhere. Each morning in December, the pattern continued. I'd wake up, eat a quick breakfast, then step outside to get the newspaper. Each time, I found footprints in the snow, always in a different configuration. Sometimes they were just a few steps. Other times they formed a scattered pattern of small prints all around the center of the yard. They never approached my house at first. They mostly stayed near the middle, far from the porch. I considered the possibility of animals, but the shape wasn't right. They looked human, though smaller than my own feet and strangely shaped, with a slightly irregular outline. By the second week, I felt tense every morning as I opened my door. I wondered if I would find the footprints again. I always did. I tried staying up late, peering through my curtains, hoping to catch whoever was doing this. But I never saw anyone. I even set an alarm for 3 in the morning and stood by my window for almost an hour, watching. The snow fell softly. The yard remained empty. No movement, no sound. Yet when I checked in the morning, the footprints were there again, as if mocking my attempts to see them made. As Christmas approached, the footprints started appearing closer to my porch. They moved gradually, a meter or two closer each day. At first, I noticed they were now only about 5 meters from my front steps. A few days later, they crept to 3 meters away. I felt my heart tighten when I realized this pattern. It was as if someone was slowly approaching my house, step by step, day by day. I tried telling myself it was coincidence, but I knew better. The footprints never appeared anywhere else in my yard. They always showed up overnight and got closer over time. I began to feel anxious after sunset. I locked all my doors and windows. I checked the backyard too, just in case. No footprints ever appeared there, only the front yard, always visible from my living room window. At night, I sometimes heard a faint scratching sound on the front steps. It was very soft, like something being dragged lightly over the wooden surface. I would turn off the TV and hold my breath, listening. The scratching never lasted long. By the time I mustered the courage to open the door and shine a flashlight, there would be nothing there, just silent darkness and falling snow. On December 20th, the footprints reached the base of my porch steps. That morning, I opened the door and saw them right there, just a few centimeters from where my steps began. I stood in my doorway, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the cold weather. I looked at my empty street, my neighbors' houses, the quiet snowfall. Everything looked normal, except for these bizarre prints that now stood almost at my doorstep. My heart beat faster as I considered the implications. Whoever or whatever made these prints had come right up to my porch overnight. I had heard the scratching a few times in the past week. Now the footprints confirmed something had been standing right here, just outside my door, while I slept. My hands shook a bit as I picked up the newspaper and stepped back inside. I tried calling a friend, telling him about it, but I sounded crazy. He laughed it off, said I should relax. Maybe it's just wind patterns or an animal I haven't considered. I knew it wasn't the wind. The prints were too defined, too deliberate. I examined them closely and could see the imprint of toes and a heel, but slightly crooked. They looked human enough, just off somehow. Smaller than my feet, a weird shape to the toes. I closed the door and locked it, feeling my stomach churn. Over the next few days, the footprints started forming more elaborate patterns. On December 22nd, I found them arranged in a strange curve that ended near my porch steps, almost like the thing walked in a semicircle before stopping. On December 23rd, there were multiple sets of prints overlapping, all centered around the area near the steps, as if it had paced around in confusion or hesitation. Each day, I grew more tense. I barely slept at night. I stayed up, listening for the scratching. Sometimes I heard it faintly, sometimes not. When I did, I would sweat and breathe shallowly, too scared to open the door and confront whoever was there. On the morning of December 24th, Christmas Eve, I woke early, my heart already pounding before I stepped outside. The sky was a pale gray. Snow had fallen overnight. I opened the door, braced for what I might see. This time the footprints formed a circle in the middle of my yard. A perfect circle of odd, small footprints. No clear start or end, just a round pattern in the snow. It made no sense. The circle was about 2 meters in diameter, and inside it, the snow was untouched. Outside the circle, my yard was smooth and undisturbed, except for this pattern and the path leading from my porch steps to it. I felt dizzy and nauseous. My breath came in short bursts. I checked my surroundings, half expecting to see a figure watching me. No one. Just the quiet morning, empty streets, and this bizarre pattern. My hands shook as I reached down for the newspaper. I rushed back inside and locked the door again. I didn't want to leave the house that day. The idea of someone leaving such patterns, night after night, without being seen, terrified me. I considered staying awake all night, watching from my window with the lights off. Maybe I could finally catch whoever it was. That night, I sat in my dark living room with a blanket over my shoulders, peeking through a small gap in the curtains. I had my phone ready to record. The street was empty, the snow reflecting the faint glow of a distant streetlight. Hours passed. I fought off sleep, my eyes heavy, my legs cramped. I heard nothing. I saw nothing move. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me, and I dozed off for a few minutes. When I woke, it was close to dawn. My heart sank. I must have missed it again. On Christmas morning, December 25th, I woke up late. The sun was up. I felt tense as I approached the door. I opened it slowly and looked outside. There were no footprints. My yard was smooth and untouched. The new snowfall had covered everything, leaving a pristine layer of white. No prints, no circles, no patterns, just a quiet, snowy yard and the sound of a distant car engine somewhere down the block. I should have felt relieved. The footprints were gone. But I stood there, confused and anxious. After weeks of these nightly visits, why stop now? Why vanish on Christmas morning, leaving me with no answers? I scanned the yard carefully. No traces remained. It was as if none of it had ever happened. I stepped outside onto the porch. The snow crunched under my boots. My breath formed clouds. I walked to the spot where the circle had been the day before. Nothing was there now, just fresh snow. I kicked at it lightly, expecting, I don't know, something underneath. Of course, I found nothing. It was just normal snow. I checked the fence line, the sidewalk, the bushes. Nothing. No signs of anyone passing through in the night. I stood in the yard for a while, my shoulders hunched against the cold, my mind racing. Over the past weeks, those footprints had become a twisted part of my morning routine. They had terrified me, confused me, made me question my sanity. Now they were simply gone. I felt both relief and unease. Something had visited my yard every night in December until Christmas. Something that left no tracks leading in or out. Something that approached my porch step by step, leaving me feeling watched and helpless. I went back inside and locked the door. I spent the rest of Christmas Day in a strange mood, unable to enjoy the holiday. My mind kept drifting to those footprints. Where had they come from? Who made them? And why stop now? I paced my living room, checked outside a few times during the day, but saw nothing unusual. As evening fell, I expected another appearance, but it never came. The yard remained empty and undisturbed. In the following days, I tried to return to normal life. The snow melted slightly as temperatures rose, then refroze at night. Still no footprints appeared. My nerves slowly calmed, but at night I sometimes lay awake, listening for that faint scratching on the steps. I never heard it again. I considered telling people about it, but what would I say? That strange footprints appeared in my yard for weeks and then vanished on Christmas? They would laugh or think I was lying. I decided to keep it to myself. As time passed, I learned to live with the memory. Yet every time I wake up on a snowy morning, I feel a small knot in my stomach before opening the door. I remember how it felt to see those prints creeping closer each day, how my heart raced when I realized they were right under my porch steps. The absence of prints now feels almost as disturbing as their presence was. They appeared and disappeared without explanation, leaving me uneasy and cautious. I still live in the same house, and each December I find myself staring out at the snow-covered yard, half expecting to see those footprints again. They never returned, but the memory of those strange marks, forming patterns that meant nothing I could understand, still lingers in my mind. The silence they left behind feels heavy. Sometimes I catch myself listening at night, waiting for that quiet, scratching sound that never comes. In a way, that's almost worse. At least when the footprints appeared, I knew something was happening. Now I have nothing but the memory and the unsettling knowledge that it could happen again, and I would be just as helpless to stop it. I first noticed the package in my mailbox on December 1st. It was a small box, plain cardboard, with no return address. I picked it up and felt its weight. It was heavier than it looked. I carried it inside, thinking maybe a friend had sent an early Christmas gift. The box was sealed with brown tape. I used a kitchen knife to cut it open. Inside, there was a layer of crumpled paper and a small glass ball. The ball was about the size of a ping-pong ball, smooth and perfectly round. It reflected the ceiling light in a strange way, sending back a dull, bluish glow. I checked inside the box for a note or a card. Nothing. Just this ball and some packing paper. I held the ball in my palm. It felt cold, much colder than room temperature. I placed it on the table, stood back, and looked at it. Nothing special happened. It just sat there, silent, reflecting light oddly. I shrugged and decided to put it on a small shelf next to some other knickknacks. Maybe someone had sent it as a joke. I made a mental note to ask my friends if anyone had mailed me something weird. That night, I was watching TV when I noticed a faint glow in the corner of my eye. I turned my head and realized the glow was coming from the shelf. The glass ball seemed to emit a very faint bluish light. I walked over and held my hand near it. I didn't feel any heat. It was just a soft glow, barely visible unless the room was dark. I tapped the ball lightly with my fingertip. It made a quiet clicking sound against the wood shelf. The glow did not change. I shrugged. Maybe it was reflecting some light source I couldn't see. I turned off all the lights and looked again. It still glowed, very faintly. I felt a slight chill on my neck. It was weird, but not threatening. I went to bed trying not to think about it. In the morning, the ball looked normal again, just a piece of glass. I picked it up, still cold. I tapped it on the counter to check if it was hollow. It sounded solid. I stepped outside to check the mailbox again. Maybe another package would give me a clue. Nothing. I asked my neighbor if he had seen anyone leave a package in my mailbox. He said no. He looked at me like I was making a big deal out of nothing. I dropped the subject. As the days passed, the ball kept glowing at night. Each evening after sunset, I would notice that faint bluish shimmer. It never got very bright. It just hovered on the edge of my vision, making me feel uneasy. I tried ignoring it. I avoided looking at it directly, but I knew it was there. When I got close, my stomach felt a small knot of tension. I couldn't explain why. It was just a glass ball, but something about it made me nervous. I tried putting the ball in a drawer to see if it glowed less. I checked after a few hours. When I opened the drawer, I saw the same faint blue light inside. It looked eerie in that enclosed space. I slammed the drawer shut and felt my heart beat faster. I took it out and placed it back on the shelf. At least when it was in the open, I could keep an eye on it. By mid-December, I started feeling strange whenever I looked at the ball. A small shiver ran through me each time. My scalp tingled, and I noticed myself holding my breath. I began to suspect it wasn't just reflecting light. Maybe it had its own glow. I tried taking a flashlight and shining it into the ball. It didn't change anything. It still glowed by itself at night. No matter what light I shone on it or how I moved it, the glow stayed consistent. I considered throwing it away, but something stopped me. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe I felt that if I got rid of it, it might return somehow. As Christmas approached, the tension in my chest grew. Each night, when I turned off the lights, I noticed the ball's glow seemed a bit brighter than the night before. Not by much, but enough that I could now see a faint reflection of objects around it in the ball's surface. I leaned in close one evening and looked into the glass. I swore I saw a tiny distortion, like a reflection of my own eye, but stretched and odd. My throat went dry. I pulled back and wiped sweat from my forehead. I told myself it was just my imagination. One night, around December 20th, I tried talking to the ball. It felt ridiculous, but I was desperate for answers. I whispered, asking if anyone could hear me. No response, just the soft glow. I checked the box it came in again, searching for any clue. The cardboard was plain, no markings except for my address. The handwriting on the label looked like standard printed text. No clues. I stopped sleeping well. I woke up at odd hours, feeling a presence in the room. I never saw anyone, but I felt watched. The ball was in the living room, not the bedroom, but somehow I felt it even when I was in bed. My dreams were restless. I dreamed of staring into a small blue light and seeing faces I couldn't remember afterward. On December 23rd, I decided to put the ball in a closet on the other side of the house. I wrapped it in a towel, placed it in a shoebox, and slid it behind some old coats. That night, I forced myself to relax on the couch. Without the ball in view, the living room felt calmer. I started to read a book, but after an hour, I felt a strange urge to check on it. My stomach knotted. I told myself it was stupid, but I got up and walked to the closet, opened the door, and pulled out the shoebox. The towel glowed faintly blue from inside. I unwrapped it. The ball's glow had not dimmed. I cursed under my breath and replaced it on the shelf. Keeping it hidden only made me more anxious. Christmas Eve arrived. The city was quiet, covered in a thin layer of snow. I stayed home, not feeling festive. I drank tea and tried to watch a holiday movie, but my eyes kept drifting to the ball. That night the glow was stronger, clearly noticeable even if I had the TV on. It pulsed slightly, not in a big way, but enough that I saw a tiny fluctuation in brightness. My heart pounded. I approached it slowly. I crouched down and looked at it from eye level. The glass surface seemed slightly cloudy now, not as transparent as before. Inside, I thought I saw tiny sparkles, like dust particles floating in there. I touched the surface. It was colder than ever, almost biting against my fingertip. I pulled my hand back and realized my breathing was shallow. I had trouble swallowing. The hair on my arms stood up. I felt like someone was watching me through that ball, or maybe from inside it. I turned away, turned off the TV, and went to my bedroom. I closed the door and locked it, even though I lived alone. I got into bed fully dressed and lay there, listening to the silence. My heart wouldn't slow down. I considered calling someone, but who would understand this? I slept in short bursts, waking multiple times. Each time I woke, I listened for any sound outside my bedroom. Nothing, just silence. My throat felt dry. I didn't dare leave the room. Eventually, I dozed off and didn't wake up until Christmas morning. When I got up, I was afraid to check the ball. I walked slowly into the living room, holding my breath. I turned on the lights and looked at the shelf. The ball was there, but something was different. It didn't glow at all. In the daylight, it looked dull and cloudy. I picked it up. It felt room temperature now, not cold. I tapped it lightly. The sound was flat, as if it was now a solid, opaque object instead of clear glass. I held it close to my eyes and tried to peer inside. I saw no inner sparkles, no hint of blue light. It looked like a cheap, cloudy marble. I felt relieved and nervous at the same time. The ball had changed overnight, losing its glow. But I still felt watched, as if something lingered in the house. I paced around, checking the doors and windows. Everything was locked. I opened the front door to let in some fresh air, hoping to shake off the feeling of unease. The street outside was quiet and peaceful. I stepped back inside and looked at the ball again, still dull and lifeless. I considered throwing it away right then, but I hesitated. What if that triggered something else? I placed it in the drawer where I had tried to hide it before. This time, no glow emerged through the cracks, just darkness. The rest of Christmas Day felt tense. I tried to distract myself by calling friends, pretending to be cheerful. I never mentioned the ball. I ate a simple meal, listened to some music, but I caught myself glancing at the drawer now and then, expecting the blue glow to return. It never did. As night fell, I turned on all the lights in the house. I couldn't stand the idea of darkness. I sat on the couch, flipping through channels on TV, not really paying attention. The silence of the house felt heavy. No glow, no sound, no sign of anyone else. Yet my chest felt tight, as if the presence that had haunted me was still there, just hiding. I tried opening the drawer slightly to confirm. The ball remained dull and cold, no light at all. I slept poorly that night, but I wasn't awakened by strange feelings, just my own anxiety. Over the following days, the ball remained the same, a dull, opaque sphere. I picked it up from time to time, half expecting it to be cold again or to glow faintly. Nothing. It felt like any ordinary piece of glass. Eventually, I dropped it into a cardboard box with some old junk. I shoved the box into a closet and tried to forget about it. Weeks passed, and I began to relax. But the memory of that strange glow and the feeling of being watched never left me completely. I never found out who sent that package. None of my friends admitted to it. I never saw a return address or any hint that it was a prank. Yet somehow it had changed from a faintly glowing object that made my skin crawl into a lifeless hunk of glass overnight on Christmas morning. I still wonder what happened. Sometimes, late at night, I wake up thinking I see a bluish glow at the edge of my vision, but it's always a trick of my tired eyes. The ball stays in the closet, untouched. I don't have the courage to throw it away. I worry that if I do, it might show up again somehow, glowing on my shelf. So I leave it there, pretending it's just an old, useless object. The tension has faded, but not completely. I learned to live with the uncertainty. In the end, I know nothing for sure. I only know that for a few weeks in December, a strange glass ball appeared in my life, glowed silently at night, and made me feel watched and uneasy. And then, just as suddenly, it became dull and empty on Christmas morning, leaving me with more questions than answers. I move on, but a part of me will always remember that unsettling glow. I first noticed the letters on December 1st. I woke up early, went into the kitchen, and saw a folded piece of paper on the table. I lived alone. I didn't remember leaving anything there. I picked it up and opened it. The page was covered in thin, shaky lines. Not actual words, just random pen marks arranged in rows. They looked like someone was trying to write something but failed. I frowned and looked around. My doors were locked. My windows were closed. I shrugged, thinking maybe I had dropped a piece of scrap paper there and forgotten. I tossed it in the trash and made coffee. The next morning I found another piece of paper in the same spot. This time the lines looked a bit more deliberate. Still not real letters, just uneven scribbles. I felt a small chill run through my arms. I checked the door lock. Still secure. The windows too, no sign of forced entry. I grabbed the paper and stared at it closely. The pen strokes were thin and shaky. Whoever wrote this had an unsteady hand. I turned on more lights and searched the kitchen. No one was there. I checked the rest of the house. Empty. I locked myself in and kept the paper to examine later. By the third morning, I expected another letter. I woke up even earlier and walked straight to the kitchen. Sure enough, a new folded sheet lay on the table. This time, the lines formed something that almost resembled letters. I thought I saw something like an A or an H, but it was too rough. My heart beat faster. Someone was leaving these letters while I slept. I checked every room. I looked under tables, inside closets, behind curtains. I found nothing. I felt goosebumps on my neck. I couldn't understand how these letters appeared. On December 4th, I decided to stay up all night. I made strong coffee, turned off all the lights except a small lamp in the living room, and sat in the dark, waiting. Around 3 in the morning, I got tired and leaned my head back. I must have dozed off. When I snapped awake, it was just past 6. I rushed to the kitchen, and there it was. Another letter. Lines again, a bit clearer this time. They formed something close to words, but not quite. My hands shook as I read it. It looked like someone tried to write a sentence but got stuck halfway. I slammed my fist on the table, frustrated. I felt stupid for falling asleep. Over the next few days, the pattern continued. Each morning, a new letter. Each one showed more progress toward actual words. I started to recognize shapes of letters, maybe an E, a T, and an O. Sometimes I saw what might be a short word, but it was too distorted. The tension in my chest grew. I hated waking up to find that letter there. I felt invaded. I tried taping the doors and windows, putting a small piece of tape over locks and frames to see if anyone opened them. The next morning, the tape remained intact, yet the letter appeared anyway. I tried a camera. I set my phone on a shelf, facing the kitchen table, recording video all night. In the morning, I checked the footage. The video showed the empty kitchen. Nothing moved. At some point, the camera lens blurred for a second, maybe a glitch. When it cleared, the letter was on the table. No figure, no hand, just a sudden appearance. My stomach cramped at that moment. I replayed it over and over, feeling sweat on my palms. I couldn't deny something strange was happening. As December approached the middle of the month, the letters became more structured. I saw patterns of lines that resembled actual written letters, though messy. They began to form fragments of words, like someone learning to write. I thought I saw a fragment like TH, and maybe you or here. I couldn't be sure. My anxiety grew. My nights were restless. I started waking up in a sweat, dreading what I would find. I stopped throwing the letters away. Instead, I laid them out on my dining table, comparing each day's progress. I wanted to understand what was being written. The handwriting, if I could call it that, was shaky and uneven. Sometimes it pressed hard into the paper, leaving grooves. Other times it was so faint I could barely see it. But day by day, it improved. More recognizable shapes emerged. I noticed the pen color always matched one of my pens. I checked my drawer and found that one of my pens had less ink than before. Something or someone was using my own pen to write these letters. I tried hiding all my pens. Next morning, another letter appeared, written in the same ink. The pen I hid was back in the drawer, slightly out of place, but there. I felt my heart pound as I held the new letter. The words were getting clearer now. I saw something that looked like "I see," though not perfectly formed. Another segment might have said, "You hear." My throat tightened. Who was writing these messages? By December 20th, the letters looked almost like proper handwriting, but with a strange style, as if someone unfamiliar with letters tried to copy them. Words were incomplete. Sometimes letters were backward. Still, the message tried to form. I spent hours trying to decipher them. I laid them all out on my living room floor, looking for clues. My head ached from the tension. At night I sat in bed, heart racing. I listened for sounds. Sometimes I thought I heard faint scratching in the hallway. When I rushed out, I saw nothing. I considered sleeping in the kitchen, maybe catching the intruder in the act, but the camera trick had already failed. I felt helpless. On December 22nd, the letter on my kitchen table almost formed a full sentence. It said something like, "I am he," then a scribble, and then, "alone." The letters were shaky, but I could read, "I am here alone." The last word looked incomplete, but I guess that's what it meant. My chest tightened. Someone or something was leaving me messages that said, "I am here alone." Alone where? In my house? I grabbed a kitchen knife and searched every room, every corner, every closet again. Nothing. On December 23rd, the letter was even clearer. It read, "I am here." The words were spaced oddly. Some letters looked off, but I could read it. I felt my hands sweat as I read those words. I felt watched. I moved slowly around my kitchen, checking the ceiling, the floorboards. I opened the attic hatch. Nothing. I didn't know what to do. I ate little and sat on my couch, hugging my knees, staring at the door. If I left, would it follow me? Who could I call? The police would laugh at me. No damage, no theft, just weird letters. December 24th came, Christmas Eve. I woke up feeling nauseous. I dreaded going to the kitchen, but I had to. I forced myself to step inside. On the table, a new letter. This time the handwriting was almost normal, though shaky. The message looked like a string of words I could nearly read. Something like, "I want to," and then a jumble of letters that almost formed another word. I leaned in close, squinting. Maybe it was talk or stay or be. I couldn't be sure. My heart pounded. The pen had pressed hard into the paper, leaving deep marks. I spent the entire day trying to decode that message. I laid out all the letters from previous days, trying to piece them together. It seemed like some entity trying to communicate. The words were simple. "I am here. You see, I want to." It felt like someone on the other side of a wall, struggling to speak. The tension in my chest turned into a dull ache. I rubbed my neck, feeling stiff muscles. Night fell. Christmas Eve should feel peaceful, but I was on edge. I left all the lights on. I sat in the kitchen chair facing the table, a flashlight in hand, determined not to sleep. Around 2 a.m, I heard a faint shuffle. I gripped the flashlight hard, knuckles white, my heart hammered. I whispered, "Who's there?" No answer. I tried to keep my eyes open, but exhaustion weighed me down. Eventually my vision blurred. I fought it, but lost. I fell asleep in the chair. When I woke up, it was daylight. December 25th, Christmas morning. I jerked upright, heart sinking. I looked at the table. A single letter lay there. I swallowed hard and picked it up. It looked different. The handwriting was almost clear now, neat but still shaky. I read it carefully. The lines formed words that almost made sense, but some letters were smudged or incomplete. I recognized the pressure marks where the pen pressed hard. It read something like, I, you, here. Parts were missing. The last line had a small indentation, like someone had pressed a fingertip into the paper, leaving a faint smudge. There was no new message after that, just silence. I waited. I listened. The house was quiet. No new letters appeared. I checked every few hours, pacing around the kitchen. Nothing. The silence felt heavier than before. I felt sweat on my back. The letter from that morning told me nothing definitive, but the attempt was there. No new pages came after that. By evening, I realized the pattern had broken. The letters had appeared every morning in December until now. Now there was nothing. The last letter felt incomplete, like a final attempt that failed. I spent the rest of Christmas Day in a state of numb confusion. I laid out all the letters again, trying to see if I missed something. They formed no clear message, just fragments. I am here. I want. You see, alone. And something else I couldn't decipher. Maybe whoever wrote these lacked the skill or the energy to finish. Maybe they wanted my attention. Maybe they needed help. I touched the last letter, feeling the raised indent. It was like someone pressed the pen down hard in frustration. As the afternoon turned into night, I realized the oppressive silence was getting to me. I almost wished another letter would appear, at least to confirm something. But I also felt relief that maybe it was over. The tension remained in my shoulders and neck. I tried turning on the TV for background noise, but it didn't help. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see a figure standing there, holding a pen and a sheet of paper. The next morning, December 26th, I checked the table again. Empty. No new letters. I opened the door to the outside and let cold air in, trying to clear my head. The sky was gray. I walked around the house, checking the perimeter. Nothing unusual, everything normal. I went back inside and stared at the empty table. I realized I had gotten used to finding those letters. Now their absence felt strange. Over the next few days, no more letters appeared. The tension slowly eased, but I felt changed by the experience. I considered throwing the letters away, but I couldn't. I packed them in a small box and hid them in the back of a closet. I didn't want to see them every day, but I couldn't destroy them. They were the only proof that something had happened, something I couldn't explain. Weeks passed, and life returned to normal, at least on the surface. I still double-check my locks at night. I still pause before entering the kitchen each morning. The memory of those shaky letters forming on my table haunts me. I never discovered who or what made them. I never understood the final message. Perhaps the writer ran out of time or willpower. Perhaps I failed to interpret the clues. In any case, the letters stopped as mysteriously as they began. The house is quiet now. No scribbled lines, no shaky attempts at words, just silence. And in that silence, I still feel a faint echo of fear and curiosity. I go on with my daily routine, but I know I experienced something strange this past December. Something tried to communicate, to say, I am here, and more. It never finished. I guess I'll never know why. I first saw the red wool hat on my front porch one morning in late December. It was sitting there, near the step, completely soaked. I remember checking the sky, confused, because it hadn't rained that night and there was no melting snow. The rest of the porch was dry. Just that hat, drenched as if it had been dropped in a bucket of water. I bent down and picked it up. Water dripped from the fibers, running down my wrist. I checked the yard and the street. No one around. No footprints on the snow. Nothing out of place, except this hat. It didn't belong to me. I had never seen it before. I shrugged, brought it inside, and wrung it out over the sink. I spread it on a towel to dry. I thought maybe a neighbor kid had tossed it over, or someone passing by had lost it. But why was it so wet? I waited a few hours, and when it was only slightly damp, I hung it on a hook near the door. Maybe the owner would come by looking for it. That night I slept badly. I thought I heard soft breathing sounds outside my door, faint but steady. I woke around 3 in the morning and listened. Nothing but silence. I forced myself to relax and drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I opened the door to get my newspaper. The hat was back outside, on the same spot where I found it before, completely soaked again. My heart skipped a beat. I knew I had hung it inside. I rushed back in and checked the hook. Empty. I stood there, breathing harder than I should. I picked the hat up again. It dripped water onto my porch floor. This was impossible. I looked around carefully, scanning the yard and the fence line. No one was there. The street was quiet. It was cold, but not below freezing. The snow in the yard remained undisturbed. I took the hat inside again, drying my hands on my pants. I checked the doors and windows. Everything locked. I tried to reason it out. Maybe I was sleepwalking, or maybe I had left the hat outside after all. But I was sure I had brought it in. I placed the hat on the kitchen counter and pressed down on it with my palm. It squished water between my fingers. I had no explanation. That night I stacked a few boxes in front of the door, just in case someone tried to open it. I wanted to hear if anything moved. I locked all windows. I sat in my living room, TV off, lights dimmed, listening. Around midnight, I heard a faint scraping sound outside. My stomach tightened. I gripped the armrest of my chair. The sound lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I didn't dare open the door. I waited until morning. The next morning, I hesitated before opening the door. I had placed the hat inside a kitchen cabinet before going to bed, sealed in a plastic bag. I pulled out the bag and checked it. The hat was gone. The bag was empty, but dry inside. My throat tightened. I took a deep breath and opened the front door. The hat lay there on the porch again, soaked to the point of dripping. I picked it up with numb fingers and looked for any clue. No tracks on the snow, no sign of anyone approaching the house during the night. I felt my heart beating in my ears. I stepped off the porch and checked the yard. Nothing. I waved at my neighbor across the street, who was shoveling snow. He waved back casually. Everything looked normal. I went inside, placed the hat in the sink, and tried to squeeze water out. A steady trickle dripped down the drain. It smelled slightly musty, like old damp cloth. I searched the hat for a label or a name tag. Nothing. Just a plain red wool hat, slightly worn, no decorations. I decided to throw it away. I grabbed a plastic bag, tossed the hat in, and took it out to the garbage bin by the side of the house. I slammed the lid closed, let it stay there. I returned inside, double-checking locks again. I spent the day trying to ignore the uneasy feeling in my chest. Why would anyone keep placing a wet hat on my porch? That night, I heard soft sounds again, almost like slow footsteps on the sidewalk, but never approaching my door. I stayed up late, drinking tea to keep myself alert. Around 2 in the morning, I thought I heard a faint exhale right outside the window. I froze, holding my breath. The sound passed, and I didn't hear it again. In the morning, I checked the porch. The hat was back, soaked as always. My stomach dropped. I ran to the side of the house and opened the garbage bin. Empty, except for regular trash. The hat had returned. I picked it up, squeezing water, my teeth clenched. I carried it inside and placed it on the kitchen table. Drops formed a small puddle around it. As Christmas approached, I became more nervous. Every morning the hat reappeared, always soaked, always in the same spot. I tried different things. I locked the hat in a box and put the box under my bed. Next morning, it was gone from under the bed and back on the porch. I tried weighing it down with a heavy book on top. Next morning, book on floor, hat on porch. The presence of that dripping hat outside my door started to make my skin crawl. I felt watched. Sometimes at night, I heard a light wheezing sound, like quiet breathing near the door. I would get up, press my ear to the door. Nothing but my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. On December 23rd, I noticed something new. The hat was placed on the porch railing this time, not on the floor. It was still soaked, dripping water onto the porch boards. I lifted it carefully and stared at it. The wool felt colder than usual, almost icy. I brought it inside. This time I placed it in the bathtub and turned on the hot water, trying to warm it. The water running off it looked clear. I left it soaking in the tub for a while, hoping to wash away whatever strange property it had. After a few minutes, I drained the tub and held the hat, still soaking. I tried drying it with a towel and a hairdryer. It never seemed to get any drier. It stayed damp and cold. By December 24th, Christmas Eve, my nerves were shot. I hadn't slept well in days. I jumped at small noises. The hat kept appearing every morning. I gave up trying to secure it inside the house. It made no difference. I tried ignoring it. I would walk out, pick it up, toss it in the sink, and pretend it didn't bother me. But it did. I felt like something hovered around my house at night, something I couldn't see, something that wanted me to acknowledge this hat, but I didn't know what to do. That evening, I decided to stay up all night again, this time right by the front door. I placed a chair in the hallway, near the door, and held a flashlight in my hand. I turned off all the lights to better hear any sounds outside. The silence was thick. My heart tapped a steady rhythm in my chest. Hours crawled by. Around midnight I heard a faint shuffle of footsteps on the sidewalk. Then a pause. I gripped the flashlight, fingers shaking slightly. Another soft shuffle. Something touched the porch step, a soft creak of wood. I raised the flashlight, ready to flick it on. I forced myself to wait, breathing shallowly. I wanted to hear more, to confirm the presence. But after that single creak, nothing else came. No more footsteps, no breathing, just silence. I waited until the sky started to lighten. Then I finally turned on the flashlight, unlocked the door, and yanked it open. The porch was empty, no one there. The hat lay on the porch floor, completely dry this time. I stared at it, stunned. Every other morning it had been soaked. Now, on Christmas morning, it was perfectly dry. The wool felt warm and soft in my hands. No moisture, no drip. I looked out at the yard, the quiet street, the soft glow of early morning light. No one in sight. The tension in my chest didn't fade. Something felt off. Why was it dry now? I knelt down and checked the porch boards. They were dry. No sign of water. I felt a strange urge to call out, but I stayed silent. I carried the hat inside, feeling its lightness. It was just a normal hat now, no sign of the endless moisture that had plagued it for days. I placed it on the table and sat down. My legs felt weak. I expected relief, but I only felt more uneasy. The hat had changed its pattern for Christmas morning, as if it had completed some ritual I didn't understand. I checked all around the house again, looking for footprints or disturbances. Nothing. I tried talking aloud, asking if anyone was there, feeling foolish. Only silence answered. As the day passed, I kept glancing at the hat. It stayed dry. I picked it up several times, sniffed it, squeezed it. Just a normal wool hat now. No musty smell, no water. But the unease stayed with me. I remembered the faint sounds at night, the feeling of being watched, the constant reappearance of the hat no matter what I did. Now it was over, apparently. But I couldn't relax. The silence felt heavier than before. I thought about throwing the hat away again, but I hesitated. The last time I tried, it returned anyway. Now that it was dry, maybe it wouldn't come back. I decided to place it in a drawer and leave it there. I opened a kitchen drawer, pushed the hat inside, and closed it. Then I walked away, trying to distract myself with TV and some Christmas leftovers. My shoulders remained tense, my stomach knotted. By evening, nothing had changed. The hat stayed in the drawer. No noises outside, no footsteps. I checked the porch a few times. Empty. Part of me wanted something to happen, just to confirm what I had experienced wasn't a nightmare. But nothing happened. The quiet weighed on me. I went to bed early, exhausted. I lay there, staring at the ceiling. I expected to hear breathing again, or maybe a soft shuffle on the porch. But I heard only silence. Eventually, I drifted into a restless sleep. I dreamed about walking outside in the snow, searching for something I couldn't name, holding a dripping red hat in my hand. When I woke up in the middle of the night, sweating, I listened. Nothing. Just my own panicked breaths. The next morning, December 26th, I checked the drawer. The hat was still there, dry and ordinary. No new mysteries on the porch. I checked the yard, still empty. The tension in my neck didn't go away, but at least the pattern was broken. The hat no longer appeared outside, no longer soaked. I carried it to the trash bin and tossed it in without ceremony. My heart fluttered as I closed the lid. I half expected it to return the next day, but somehow I knew it wouldn't. In the following days, I kept expecting something else, but nothing happened. The street returned to its normal, quiet routine. I never found out why that hat appeared, or how it kept getting soaked, or who placed it there. I never understood the change that happened on Christmas morning, turning it dry and normal again. I just had to accept it as something unexplainable. Even now, I remember the chill I felt each morning, picking up that dripping hat. I remember the soft sounds at night, the feeling that someone or something stood outside, watching. Although the hat is gone, the memory lingers. I double-check my doors and windows every night, making sure everything is secure. I can't help feeling that there was a message or a presence behind that strange occurrence, something that never fully revealed itself. Life goes on, and the days pass normally. But I won't forget that red wool hat, soaked for days on end, then suddenly dry on Christmas morning. The tension it brought into my home still echoes in my mind, reminding me that some things have no clear explanation. I learned to live with the uncertainty. In the end, I'm just grateful it ended quietly, leaving me with only uneasy questions and a memory that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I noticed the clock on the first day of December. I walked into the living room that morning, feeling normal and rested. My coffee was in my hand. The sky outside was clear. The house was quiet. I looked up at the wall and saw the clock's hands frozen. They showed 3:17, but I knew it was around 7:30 in the morning. I frowned. I set my coffee down on a small wooden side table. I tapped the clock's face with my index finger. Nothing changed. The second hand did not move. The hour hand and minute hand stayed in place. I felt a small pinch of annoyance. I removed the clock from the wall, flipped it around, and replaced the battery with a fresh one. I waited. Still no movement. I checked the contacts. Nothing helped. I tried winding it, adjusting its hands, shaking it lightly. Nothing. I shrugged and decided I would deal with it later. I put it back on the wall, hoping maybe it just needed a moment. But that evening, I noticed the clock still read 3:17. I had forgotten about it most of the day, but around dinner time, I looked up and saw that same time. I sighed and decided I might need a new clock. I pulled it down again, tried another battery, but the hands wouldn't budge. When I pressed my ear against it, I could not hear any ticking. The gears inside were silent. It did not smell like anything was burned. It had been working fine the day before. I tapped it harder. Nothing. The next morning, I woke up before sunrise. I felt a bit tense. I had dreamed about missing an appointment. I sat up in bed, rubbed my face, and tried to shake off the feeling. When I walked into the living room, I glanced at the clock. Still stuck at 3:17. I felt a weird discomfort in my chest. I disliked broken things around the house, especially something simple like a clock. I decided to ignore it for a while and focus on other things. The day went on. The heater hummed quietly. I cleaned the kitchen, sorted my mail, and tried to forget the clock. But by night, when I sat on the couch, I kept glancing at it. The silence in the room seemed heavier. I switched on the TV to have some background noise. I don't remember what I watched. I just remember staring at that clock out of the corner of my eye. It felt wrong. It did not move at all, not even a small twitch. Over the next few days, I tried various things. I considered buying a new one, but for some reason, I kept trying to fix this one. I opened it up carefully, checking the small gears inside. I saw nothing unusual, but I'm not an expert. Everything looked fine, just not moving. I cleaned the contacts. I tried different batteries. I tapped it. I spun the hands forward, but they slid back to 3:17 as if locked in that position. Each time I found them back at that exact minute. It was strange. I felt my skin prickling whenever I touched it. It was just a clock, but it made me uneasy. As the week went on, I started noticing something else. In the evenings, after dinner, the quiet inside the house felt longer. It was early December, so nights were long anyway, but I kept feeling like the darkness stretched on. I didn't have proof. My phone told me the correct time. My watch was fine. But sitting there in my living room, I noticed that midnight felt like it took forever to arrive. I would check my phone, see that it was something like 11:15, look away, feel like a long stretch of time passed, then check again, and it would only be 11:18. My perception was off. Maybe I was just tired. I told myself it was stress. The holidays were coming. I had gifts to buy, errands to run, things to plan. But every time I walked into the living room and saw that clock, I felt a dull pressure in my head. I could see dust collecting near its edges. I saw a faint scratch on its glass that I had never noticed before. The silence in the room pressed against my ears. At night, the glow of the streetlights outside would spill into the living room, lighting the couch and the floor in a weak, pale tone. The clock would hang there on the wall, stuck, not ticking, not showing the real time. It just sat there, mocking me. A few nights before mid-December, I woke up around 2 a.m. I had a dry mouth. I got up to get some water. As I passed through the living room, I glanced at the clock. It showed 3:17, as always. Outside, the wind rattled a branch against the window. I noticed the living room felt colder than my bedroom. I heard my own breathing. I didn't want to stand there too long, so I hurried back to bed. My heart was beating a bit fast. I felt silly. It was just a clock, but I felt like I was being watched, even though I knew I was alone. By the middle of December, I had given up trying to fix it. I decided I would throw it out or put it away in a closet. But each time I reached for it, I felt hesitant. I kept thinking maybe I could fix it, or maybe it would start working on its own. It sounded stupid, but I was attached to that old clock. I had owned it for years, and it always ran fine. Now it was stuck, and I was bothered by it. Meanwhile, the nights felt weirder. I would sit in the living room late at night, reading or just staring at my phone, and I could swear that time was slower in that room. I would check my phone every few minutes, expecting more time to have passed. It never matched my internal feeling. I started sleeping poorly. I woke up with a sore neck and shoulders. My head hurt in the mornings. The house felt off. The quiet was too intense. I stopped spending much time in the living room. I preferred the kitchen or bedroom, anywhere I couldn't see that clock. As Christmas approached, I decorated the house. I put up a small tree, some lights in the window, a wreath on the door. But I left the wall with the clock bare, except for the clock itself. I considered taking it down, but I always stopped myself. I tried to ignore it. When guests came by, I tried not to let them notice it. I invited a friend over once, just to feel less uneasy. My friend asked about the clock. He noticed it wasn't working. I told him I would fix it soon. He gave me a funny look and changed the subject. I think he sensed something odd in my tone. With each passing night, I found myself listening to the silence more closely. It was not a normal silence. It had a thickness to it. I sometimes heard faint creaks in the walls or soft clicks from the heating ducts, but these are normal sounds in a house. Yet these small noises felt amplified. The air felt heavier. I felt tense. My muscles were sore. My breathing was shallow. I tried to distract myself by wrapping gifts or watching a show, but the atmosphere got to me. The living room became a place I avoided when it got dark. On the night before Christmas Eve, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned for hours. Eventually, I got up, walked into the living room, and stood in front of that clock. It was around 1 a.m. in real time. I knew that from my phone. The clock still read 3:17. I stared at those unmoving hands. They were slender, black metal. The surface of the clock's face was white, slightly yellowed with age. The numbers were bold and black, with a small scratch near the 3. The hands lined up at 3:17 in a way that made the time look normal if you glanced quickly. But I knew it was not normal. I reached up and touched the glass. It felt cool. I pressed my ear against it again, hoping for a faint tick. There was nothing. I whispered to myself that I should just throw it out. I pulled it off the wall, carried it into the kitchen, and set it on the table. I thought about putting it in a box and leaving it in the basement, but I didn't. Something stopped me. I felt a strange discomfort in my stomach. My throat felt tight. I told myself it was just an old clock, broken and useless, but I ended up bringing it back to the living room and hanging it on the wall again. I felt stupid doing this, but I couldn't help it. It belonged there, even if it didn't work. On Christmas Eve, I spent most of the day outside, running errands and trying to keep busy. I wanted to avoid that uneasy feeling at home. When I returned in the late afternoon, the house was quiet and dim. I turned on a lamp. The air smelled normal, just my living space, a bit of dust maybe. I glanced at the clock, still stuck. I tried not to pay attention. I prepared some dinner, ate in the kitchen, listened to some music at low volume. I could not relax. Eventually, I turned everything off and went to bed early, hoping that the weird tension would fade once Christmas arrived. I woke up before dawn on Christmas morning. I felt the urge to check the clock. I don't know why. I just did. I got out of bed, walked quietly through the hall, and stepped into the living room. It was cold. I turned on a small lamp by the couch. The clock hung there, showing 3:17 as always. I stood there, staring, breathing slowly. I was about to turn away when I heard a small click. It sounded like a single mechanical snap inside the clock. It was quick and sharp, like a gear catching for a split second. I froze. I watched the hands. They didn't move. They stayed at 3:17. I felt my heart thump hard in my chest. My palms were sweating. I listened, but there was no second click, just silence. I leaned in close. Nothing. I reached up and tapped the glass. No response. I nudged the clock slightly. It stayed still and silent. The sound had been real. I was sure of it. Something inside the clock had made a noise, but it was still not working. I felt dizzy. I rubbed my eyes and stepped back. My throat was dry. I went into the kitchen and drank some water. I didn't want to go back into the living room, but I did, just to be sure. The clock was still there, still stuck at 3:17. I watched it for a long moment. My stomach felt sour. My hands shook a little. I tried to convince myself that maybe the clock was about to start working again, that maybe the gears had shifted, but it never moved. It never ticked again. The house felt quiet, even with the heater humming faintly. Outside it was Christmas morning, but there was no joy in my chest. I felt uneasy. I didn't feel like calling anyone or opening gifts. I just stood there looking at that clock. I tried to calm down. I sat on the couch. I looked at my phone, checked the time, tried to remind myself that time was still normal. The clock's frozen hands were just a broken mechanism, but the discomfort didn't go away. My head hurt. My shoulders were tense. I could feel the pulse in my neck. I got up and walked around the house, touching the furniture, opening and closing a drawer, anything to feel normal. Nothing helped. At some point, I returned to the living room and took the clock off the wall again. I held it in my hands, pressed my ear against it, and listened. Silence. I shook it gently. No sound. I put it down on the coffee table and stared at it. The time on my phone was 7:48 a.m. The clock still read 3:17. I felt a knot in my stomach. I decided to leave it there and ignore it. I turned on the TV and tried to watch something. I turned up the volume a bit, hoping to drown out the silence, but my mind kept drifting back to that click sound. It had been clear and real. It had happened exactly on Christmas morning. I left the clock on the table all day. I opened my gifts alone, tried to eat something, tried to call a friend. I didn't mention the clock to anyone. I just said I was feeling under the weather. The day passed slowly. The afternoon light shifted across the floor. I kept looking at the clock's face. It never changed. By evening, I gave up and put the clock back on the wall. I felt I couldn't throw it away. It was just a useless object now, stuck in a single moment of time. But it was part of my living room. I accepted it. I sat there on the couch, feeling tired and uneasy. My chest felt tight. I tried to take slow breaths. The TV was on, showing some random holiday special. I barely noticed it. My eyes kept drifting to that clock. Christmas night was silent. I could hear my own breathing, the slight buzz of the TV, and my heartbeat. The clock hung there, dead. It had made one small click that morning, and then nothing. I felt unsettled, but I couldn't do anything about it. I just sat there, waiting for the feeling to go away. It never really did. I found the card on a cold morning in early December. I remember the day clearly. The air outside was cold enough to sting my face when I stepped onto the porch. I hadn't expected any mail. It was early, barely past dawn, and I wasn't waiting for deliveries. I had gone out to toss a small bag of trash into the bin before leaving for work. My breath made short clouds in the air. I heard nothing except a distant car passing by on the main road. I was still half asleep. I noticed the card when I opened my mailbox. The mailbox was empty except for a single envelope. It stood out because it was gold. It had no address, no postage, no handwriting. Just a golden envelope, sealed tight. I frowned and pulled it out. It felt thick and smooth. My fingers left no marks on it. I looked around. No one was on the street. No footprints in the thin layer of frost on my porch steps. I didn't know who could have left it there. I carried it inside, thinking maybe it was some kind of local promotion or a weird holiday prank. Inside the house, I set it on my kitchen table. I made coffee and ate a quick breakfast. I looked at the envelope again. It had no return address, no words, no logo, nothing. Just a faint raised pattern on the front that I couldn't make out. It almost felt like letters pressed into the paper, but I couldn't decode any message. It looked like random shapes. I decided to open it. Inside was a single Christmas card. It was golden, blank on the inside, no text at all. Just that same faint raised pattern. I ran my fingertip over it. It felt slightly rough. I squinted, trying to see if it formed a picture. Nothing made sense. I set it back on the table and left for work, leaving it open next to a small potted plant. That evening, after a long day, I came home tired. I tossed my keys on the counter and noticed something about the card. It looked a bit darker, maybe less bright gold. I assumed it was the lighting in my kitchen. The sun had gone down, and I had only a small overhead light on. I shrugged, put my coat away, and ignored it. I had dinner and watched some TV before bed. The card stayed on the table. I didn't think about it much. The next morning, I noticed a subtle change. The card still looked gold, but somehow not the same shade. I leaned in close. It looked slightly greenish now, just a hint. I blamed the indoor lighting. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I picked it up and took it near the window. The daylight showed that it was not pure gold anymore. There was a faint green tint in the corners. I ran my fingers over it again. It felt colder than yesterday, like the paper had a chill. The house was warm enough, so this felt odd. I didn't know what to do with it. I had no name, no clue who gave it to me. I decided I didn't need a strange card sitting around. I placed it in the trash can under my kitchen sink. Then I went about my day. I worked as usual, came home in the evening, made a sandwich, and sat down to relax. As I reached for the TV remote on the coffee table, I froze. The golden card was lying there, right next to my remote. I stared at it. I knew I had thrown it away. I looked at the trash can. The lid was closed. I approached it, opened it, and found no card inside. My heart rate went up a bit. I picked up the card from the coffee table and examined it. Same pattern, same faint greenish tint. I tried to rationalize. Maybe I had forgotten to throw it out. Maybe I placed it on the table and didn't remember. I decided to throw it out again, this time making sure I did it right. I took the card outside. I walked to the garbage bin at the end of my driveway. I lifted the lid and dropped the card in. I felt a strange chill in my chest as I did it. My neck felt tense. I forced a laugh, calling myself paranoid. I closed the lid and went back inside. The next morning I found the card again. It was lying on my kitchen table next to my mug. I felt my stomach tighten. The card now looked more green than gold in certain angles. I felt uneasy. The house was quiet, the heater humming softly. I checked all the doors and windows. They were locked. No one could have come inside. I touched the card. It felt cold again, maybe even colder. My fingertips tingled. I tried to tear it, but the paper wouldn't rip. It felt oddly tough. I folded it hard, tried to crease it. It resisted. I eventually managed a small bend at the corner, but it straightened out slowly when I let go. I was late for work. I left the card on the table, feeling nervous. The day dragged on. I couldn't concentrate thinking about that card. When I got home, I searched every corner of the house. Everything was normal, except for that card. It was still on the table. Now it looked even greener, like a dirty gold with a green hue. I felt a chill in the room. The air seemed heavier. I touched my neck and felt goosebumps. The heater was on. The thermostat read a normal temperature, but I felt cold. I stepped away from the table. I tried to throw it away again, this time in a dumpster 2 blocks away. I walked there in the dark, my boots crunching in the frozen grass. My breath came out in quick puffs. I dropped the card into the dumpster, heard it land softly on some old boxes, and walked back quickly. My heart pounded. I felt like someone was watching me, but the street was empty. The next day, it was back on the kitchen table. My hands shook when I touched it. I tried to ignore it. I made coffee, but my mouth was dry. I kept glancing at the card. I felt a strange tingling in my ears, like faint static. I listened carefully. Nothing. Just silence. I grabbed the card and locked it in a drawer. When I returned home later, I opened the drawer. The card was gone. I found it on my coffee table again. My stomach twisted. I felt short of breath. My palms were sweaty. As the days passed, the card's color changed more noticeably. By mid-December, it had a definite greenish cast. Not bright green, but a dull, sickly hue mixed with the gold. The pattern still made no sense. I tried shining a flashlight on it. I thought I saw tiny lines, like veins or cracks. I heard a faint whisper one night, just as I passed by it. I froze and listened, pressing my ear close to it. The house was silent, but I swore I heard a faint hiss sound near the card. My chest tightened. I felt nauseous. I went to bed and tried to sleep, but I couldn't rest. I tossed and turned, thinking about that card. I began to avoid touching it. I left it on the table. I didn't invite anyone over. I felt ashamed. It was just a card, but it disturbed me. At night I would glance at it from the couch. Sometimes it seemed to glow slightly under the weak lamplight. Other times I thought I saw it shift positions slightly, but that must have been my imagination. I felt tired, anxious, and jumpy. As Christmas approached, I tried to focus on normal activities. I bought gifts for family members. I wrapped them in plain paper. I avoided looking at the card, but every morning I had to face it. It was always there. I tried to burn it once. I took it outside with a lighter. I crouched behind my house, shielding the flame from the wind. I touched the flame to the corner of the card. It didn't catch fire. The flame just danced around it. The card's surface didn't even scorch. I felt panic rising. I threw the card on the ground, stomped on it, but it felt strangely solid under my boot. I gave up and left it there. When I got back inside, the card was on my coffee table again. This time, I heard a soft whispering sound in the living room. It sounded like distant voices talking too quietly to understand. The hair on my arms stood up. I backed away, staring at the card. The room felt colder. My breathing was loud and uneven. I grabbed a blanket and wrapped it around myself, trying to calm down. I thought about calling someone, maybe a friend, maybe the police. But what would I say? I had a weird card that kept reappearing and wouldn't burn. I sounded crazy even to myself. I tried ignoring it completely. For several days, I pretended it wasn't there. I avoided the living room, spent more time in the bedroom or kitchen. Still, I felt its presence. Sometimes, as I walked past the living room door, I heard a tiny rustling sound, like paper moving. My heart would skip a beat, and I would hurry away. I slept poorly, waking up sweaty in the middle of the night. A few days before Christmas, I decided to try once more to get rid of it. I waited until afternoon, when the sun was bright. I took a thick plastic bag, put the card inside it without looking at it too closely, and drove out of town. I drove for over an hour to a public trash bin behind a small gas station. I tossed the bag in and drove straight home. I felt relieved for a moment, as if I had finally solved it. When I opened my front door, I saw the card on the floor, right by my feet. My chest tightened so hard I gasped. My vision blurred for a second. I stepped over it and slammed the door shut. I paced the hallway, cursing, shaking. I sat down on the stairs, head in my hands. I tried to think of a plan. Nothing made sense. The card always came back. It was getting greener. The house felt colder. At night I sometimes heard whispers. I could not get rid of it. On Christmas Eve I woke up feeling sick. I hadn't eaten much the day before. I felt lightheaded. The house was quiet. I forced myself to look at the card in daylight. It had returned to a more golden color, but still with a hint of green. The patterns on it seemed more pronounced now. I could almost feel a gentle pulse in the air around it. My temples ached. I lifted it carefully and placed it on the kitchen counter. I tried to rip it again, but it was pointless. The card wouldn't tear. I slammed it against the counter, but it made no dent. My arm felt weak. I gave up and went to sit in the bedroom. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, listening for any sounds. Around midnight, I heard a soft rustling. I got up and tiptoed to the living room. The card lay on the coffee table unchanged. I leaned in. My heart was pounding. My mouth was dry. I heard a faint whisper near it, a gentle hiss, like someone breathing out slowly. I backed up and ran to my bedroom, closing the door. I spent the rest of the night sitting up in bed, lights on. Christmas morning arrived, gray and quiet. I emerged from my bedroom, exhausted. I expected the card to be greener or different somehow, but it was golden again, as it had been on the first day. Perfectly golden, with that odd pattern. I touched it. It felt slightly warm this time, which was new. I lifted it and placed it back in the envelope. I tried to close the envelope, but there was no glue, just a flap. I left it on the table and stared at it. My head hurt. My shoulders were stiff. I was tired of fighting it. I stood there, breathing slowly. The house was silent. The card looked untouched, as if nothing had happened these past weeks. But I knew better. I felt tension in my muscles, a dull ache in my chest. I could not relax. I picked up the card once more and carried it to the front door. I opened the door. Cold air rushed in. I wanted to throw it outside, but I knew it would return. My hand shook. I closed the door and returned to the living room. I set the card down on the coffee table again. I could not make it disappear. I felt trapped. All I could do was leave it there. I considered calling someone, but no one would believe me. The sun rose outside, bright and clear. The heater clicked on. The house was still. I listened hard for any whispers, but heard nothing. The card was quiet now. I spent the day in a strange state of alert. I ate something simple. I tried to read a book, but I kept glancing at the card. I wrapped a blanket around myself. The tension remained. I tried turning on the TV, The noise didn't help. I felt its presence at the edge of my vision. That golden card, back to its original color, resting silently on my table. I couldn't touch it again. I just watched it. Evening came, and I realized the card hadn't changed at all that day. Still golden, still silent. But I couldn't relax. Every time I approached it, my arms prickled with goosebumps. My mouth tasted bitter. I knew I would never understand it. I knew it would always be there no matter what I did. I left it there on the table, turned off the lights, and went to bed. My heart thumped in my chest. I didn't sleep well. In the darkness of that Christmas night, I listened. No whispers, no rustling, just my own uneasy breathing. The card didn't need to make more noises. Its presence was enough. I felt its silent influence in the house. I closed my eyes and waited for morning. I felt no comfort. The card would remain, golden and unreadable, and I could not shake the cold feeling it brought. Set up my Christmas lights at the start of December. It was early in the month, cold outside, and the ground had a thin layer of snow. I attached a string of small, multicolored lights along the top of my backyard fence. I remember using a ladder and feeling the chill on my fingers as I clipped them in place. They all worked fine at first. I tested them before I went back inside. They blinked in a slow, even pattern. Red, green, yellow, blue, repeating steadily. I didn't notice anything unusual that first night. A few days later, I stood by my kitchen window, sipping coffee and watching the lights through the glass. The pattern still looked normal. They flashed slowly. Everything felt calm. The air was quiet outside. I could see my breath fogging the window if I leaned close. My fence faces a stretch of open backyard. Beyond the fence, there's just snow and some old gardening tools I keep in a small shed. Nothing special, just normal stuff. As the week went on, I started noticing something strange. One section of the lights, near the middle of the fence, began blinking at a different pace. It happened at night when I stood by the window after dinner. I would look out and see a short sequence of flashes. They seemed faster than the rest. At first, I thought maybe the bulbs were loose or faulty. I made a mental note to check them, but I was tired that night and let it go. The next morning, I grabbed my coat and boots and walked outside. The air stung my face, and I could feel the crunch of snow under my feet. I moved along the fence line until I reached the part that looked odd. I gently tugged on the wire. Everything felt secure. No bulbs were burned out. I tested the connection. It seemed fine. I shrugged, went back inside, and went on with my day. That evening, I turned off most of the lights inside and stood in the dark near the window. The blinking was more noticeable now. About a 3-foot section of lights on the fence blinked in a pattern that reminded me of a directional arrow. They seemed to flash in sequence, like guiding my eyes toward a spot in the yard. I watched them for several minutes. My heart beat a bit faster. I felt a slight tension in my chest. I didn't understand why I was nervous. They were just lights. I decided to go outside and take a closer look. I put on a thick coat, gloves, and stepped out into the yard. The snow reflected the glow of the lights, making everything look slightly brighter than normal. The quiet outside was heavy. I walked along the fence, following the direction the lights seemed to point. They seemed to be directing my attention into the center of my backyard. I looked around carefully. I saw only snow, the fence, the shed, and some bare branches of a small tree. Nothing else, no footprints, no signs of animals, no objects out of place. I returned inside, rubbing my hands together to warm them up. I felt silly. Maybe it was just a faulty connection causing a weird pattern. But every time I looked at those lights, I felt uneasy. I didn't sleep well that night. My thoughts kept drifting to those blinking bulbs. Over the next few days, the pattern grew more distinct. The other lights continued their slow, normal rhythm, but that one section near the middle now blinked faster. It flashed in a sequence that created a small arrow shape, pointing inward toward the garden. I turned off the main lights once and just left the fence lights on to see if that changed anything. It didn't. The strange pattern remained. I checked my extension cords, my timers, everything. No logical explanation. I even considered that maybe someone was tampering with them. One evening, I went out and stood in my yard for almost an hour, watching and waiting. No one showed up. I got cold and went back inside. The lights kept blinking. As Christmas approached, this oddity dominated my thoughts. I tried to ignore it and focus on normal holiday tasks. I bought some small gifts, cooked a simple dinner, tried to relax. But every evening I would find myself at that window, looking out at the fence, my breath shallow, my muscles tense, my eyes fixed on that blinking section. I kept expecting it to show me something new, but it never did. It only created that arrow-like pattern, flashing steadily. A few nights before Christmas, I finally decided to follow that arrow thoroughly. I layered up in warm clothing, grabbed a flashlight, and stepped outside. The snow was ankle-deep. I shuffled forward, directly where the lights seemed to point. I scanned the snow with my flashlight. The beam lit up small crystals of ice. I moved slowly, my heart thumping in my ears. I expected to find something buried, maybe an object hidden under the snow, but I found nothing. I bent down, brushed the top layer of snow aside, felt only cold soil beneath. The silence outside was complete. I stood there for a while, breathing slowly. My cheeks felt numb. I couldn't understand why I felt nervous, but I did. I felt watched, even though I saw no one. Eventually, I turned back toward the house. I looked at the fence lights over my shoulder. They were still blinking. The arrow shape was clear. It felt like a signal, like something calling my attention. I just had no idea what it meant. On the night before Christmas Eve, I tried a different approach. I decided to shut off the fence lights entirely. Maybe they had some weird wiring issue. I went to my garage, found the outlet where the lights were plugged in, and disconnected them. I returned to the living room and looked out. The fence was dark now. I breathed a sigh of relief. I sat down with a warm drink and tried to read. After an hour, I walked back to the window, just out of curiosity. My stomach dropped. The lights were back on, blinking in that same pattern. I knew I had unplugged them. I was sure of it. My legs felt weak. I walked quickly to the garage to check the outlet. The cord was still unplugged. I tried the switch in the house that controlled the outdoor outlets. Everything was off. Yet the lights were glowing outside, flashing that small arrow into the yard. I gripped the edge of the kitchen counter to steady myself. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside again. I aimed my beam at the fence, trying to see if there was some hidden source of power. I saw nothing. The lights ran along the fence just as I had placed them. I touched them. They were warm, as if powered. I followed the cord to the end, expecting to see it plugged in somewhere. It ended in the snow, not connected to anything. I stared, breathing fast, and then backed away. I felt a strong urge to go inside and lock the door. Once back inside, I locked the door and tried to calm down. My heart was racing. I stood by the window again, staring at these impossible lights. They blinked, faster now, almost urgent. The arrow shape looked sharper, like it was really trying to point me to a precise spot in the yard. I tried to ignore the panic creeping into my chest. I wanted to leave the house, maybe go stay with a friend, but I forced myself to stay. It was just lights, just a strange malfunction. I tried to think rationally. I failed. Christmas Eve arrived, bright and clear. I spent the day trying not to look outside. I wrapped a few presents, ate some snacks, turned on the TV for noise. But as evening came, I knew I had to face it. The lights had started blinking earlier now, even before full dark. I could see them flickering in the twilight. I stood by the window, my arms folded tight against my chest. My breathing was shallow. I could feel my pulse in my neck. The arrow pattern blinked faster than ever. It was almost frantic. I felt a knot in my stomach. I pulled on my boots and coat again, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped outside. My footsteps crunched in the snow. The air felt colder than before. I followed the direction of the lights again, right into the yard. The beam of my flashlight shook a bit because my hand was trembling. I scanned the ground carefully, looking for anything unusual. Nothing. Just snow, dirt, and the old shed. I kicked at the snow with my boot, feeling frustrated and scared. I looked at the fence. The lights blinked at me, silent and persistent. I said nothing. I just stood there, breathing fast, shivering slightly. I searched for footprints or any sign that someone had arranged this. There were no footprints except mine. The fence line was undisturbed. The shed was locked. I shone my light on the shed door, looked at the padlock. It was intact. No one was inside. After a few minutes, I stepped back toward the house, feeling defeated. The lights kept blinking. I reached the back door and looked over my shoulder one last time. The blinking felt aggressive now, like it demanded my attention. I shook my head, went inside, and locked the door. I turned off all the indoor lights and watched from the darkened room. The fence lights glowed outside, forming that perfect arrow. Midnight came and went. I refused to go outside again. I sat in the dark, listening to the quiet house. My heart rate had settled, but I felt uneasy. I had no answers. The lights made no sense. No matter what I did, they formed that pattern. I closed my eyes, rubbed them, opened them again. The lights still blinked. I felt trapped in this strange situation with no explanation. On Christmas morning, I awoke on the couch, stiff and tired. My neck hurt. I looked out the window. The fence lights were off. The sun had risen, and the yard looked normal. Just snow and fence. I got up slowly, my muscles sore. I pulled on my boots and coat and went outside. I walked to the fence line, searching for the cord. It was where I left it, unplugged. The bulbs were cold to the touch now. No sign that they had ever turned on by themselves. I looked around the yard again, checking for anything I might have missed. There was nothing. The shed was locked. The ground was undisturbed. I stood there for a while, breathing the cold air. My mouth tasted dry. I turned and looked at the house. Everything seemed normal. Yet I remembered the strange blinking, the impossible power, the arrow shape. It was all real. I considered removing the lights entirely, but I didn't move to do it. For some reason, I felt hesitant. I went back inside and watched the fence from the window for a bit. Nothing happened, just silence and morning light. I made coffee, tried to eat something, but my stomach felt tight. Later that day, I mustered the courage to remove the lights. I brought my ladder out to the fence. I carefully unhooked each string. My fingers were cold and stiff. I packed them up in a box and stored them in the garage. I felt relieved once they were down. as if I had erased the evidence of that strange experience. But even with the lights gone, I couldn't shake the memory. I kept glancing outside every night after that. The fence stood bare. The yard was silent. I saw no sign of anything unusual, yet the feeling lingered. I remembered how those lights formed an arrow, how they blinked so intensely. I had followed their direction and found nothing, but the memory stayed in my mind, making me uneasy. In the days after Christmas, I tried to relax and forget it. I told myself it was some electrical glitch, something I couldn't explain but not worth worrying about. Still, the tension remained in my shoulders. I felt it when I walked past the window at night. I would look out and imagine those lights flashing again, pointing into the yard. Even though they were gone, I still felt like something had tried to lead me outside, to show me something. I never found anything. The yard stayed empty. The snow melted weeks later, revealing dead grass and patches of dirt. I searched again when the snow was gone, just out of curiosity. I saw no clues, nothing buried, no strange objects, nothing that could explain it. I tried to move on. I told no one about it. It sounded ridiculous to my own ears. Who would believe me? I barely believed it myself. Over time, I convinced myself it was a weird malfunction, a quirk of the wiring, or maybe my imagination. Still, when I think about that December, I remember standing outside in the snow, looking at those blinking lights forming a clear arrow in the darkness. I remember my heart racing, my breathing shallow, my skin prickling with cold and tension. I remember the silence and the confusion. Those lights never made any sense. They just left me with a lingering feeling that something wanted me to look, and I never understood what it was. I remember the first time I heard the attic door creak. It happened in early December. I had lived in that house for a few years by then. It was quiet and comfortable. Nothing strange ever happened before. I was used to the normal noises of an old building, pipes ticking in the walls, the heater humming, floorboards settling at night. But that attic door was different. It started one morning before sunrise. I woke up feeling restless. The bedroom was dark. My digital clock read 4:23 a.m. I lay there, trying to go back to sleep. Then I heard it, a soft creak, like someone slowly pushing on wood. It came from above my head, from the hallway ceiling where the attic hatch was located. My heart thumped. I knew that door was always closed. I rarely went up there. There was nothing but dusty boxes and old furniture inside. I listened for a few moments, then heard nothing else. I told myself it might be a draft or the house settling. I forced myself to relax and eventually fell back asleep. The next night, it happened again. This time, I was sure I heard the attic door creak twice, like it was nudged from inside. It lasted only a second, then silence. I sat up in bed, holding my breath. The room felt cold. I flicked on the bedside lamp and listened hard. Nothing. I thought about checking the attic, but I didn't want to crawl up there in the dark. I felt silly. I told myself to wait until morning. In the morning, I climbed the small ladder that led to the attic. I pushed the hatch open and stuck my head inside. Dusty air made me cough. Dim light filtered through a tiny window near the far wall. I saw old boxes, a rolled-up rug, a broken chair. Nothing looked disturbed. The door, just a simple wooden hatch, was closed as normal. I gently tried to move it, but the hinges were stiff. It took a fair amount of effort to open and close it. There was no sign that it had moved by itself. I shrugged and went back down. As December went on, the noise continued. It always happened in the early morning, sometime between 3 and 5 a.m. I would wake up suddenly, hearing that soft, slow creak. Sometimes it happened once, sometimes several times in a row. It never lasted long enough for me to fully wake up and investigate. Each time I got up, it stopped before I could reach the hallway. I felt frustrated. I also felt uneasy. I started dreading those early hours. I tried keeping a flashlight by my bed. One night, when I heard the sound, I jumped up quietly and crept toward the hallway. My bare feet felt cold on the floor. I aimed the flashlight beam at the attic hatch. It looked normal. The ceiling panel sat flush, no gaps. I stared at it for a full minute, heart pounding. No sound. I went back to bed, shivering slightly, though the house was warm. As Christmas approached, I noticed something else. On the nights when the attic door creaked, the Christmas lights in my living room seemed dimmer. Normally, those lights glowed brightly, reflecting off the ornaments. But on those particular nights, I would walk into the living room in the morning and notice a faint dullness. I tested the bulbs. They worked fine. I blamed my imagination, or maybe a fluctuation in the power. Still, it bothered me. I kept telling myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe changes in temperature caused the wood to expand and contract. Maybe the wind outside was stronger than I thought, finding its way through some tiny gap. I checked the roof from outside during daylight. I saw no loose shingles or openings. The weather was calm most nights. No heavy winds, no storms. The sound continued, steady and insistent. Each morning, I woke up tense, wondering if I had heard it or dreamed it. Sometimes I stayed up late on purpose, trying to catch it in the act. But it always happened when I drifted off. I considered sleeping in the hallway with a light on, but that felt ridiculous. I tried to ignore it instead, focusing on work and holiday preparations. But the unease lingered. On December 23rd, the noise got worse. That night, I woke up around 4 a.m. The creaking was louder, like someone pushing firmly on the attic door from the inside. I heard 3 slow creaks in a row. Each creak made my pulse spike. My mouth went dry. I held my breath, waiting for something else. The house was silent afterward. I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and went to the hallway. Nothing. I stood there for a long time, staring at the attic hatch. I imagined opening it right then and there, but I was too nervous. I didn't want to see what was inside in the dark. My legs felt weak. I returned to bed and lay awake until morning. On Christmas Eve morning, I realized something. The attic door had not creaked at all that night. I woke up feeling surprised. I got up, checked the hallway. Everything was quiet. I made coffee and sat in the living room, looking at the Christmas tree. The lights seemed normal again, bright and cheerful. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking maybe whatever caused the noise had stopped. That night, I went to bed early. I felt relieved that I might finally sleep through the night without that creepy sound. I lay in bed reading until my eyes grew heavy. Outside, the sky was clear, and moonlight shone through my curtains. The house felt peaceful. I drifted off around midnight, hoping for a quiet night. I woke up early on Christmas morning. It was still dark outside. I checked my clock, 5:30 a.m. I stretched and sat up. For the first time in weeks, I felt rested. No creaking had woken me. I decided to get up and start the day. Maybe open a gift, have a warm breakfast, enjoy the holiday. I left my bedroom and walked into the hallway. That's when I noticed it. The attic door was open. Not fully, but it was definitely ajar. The wooden panel hung slightly low on one side, leaving a dark gap. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I had never left it open. I had always closed it firmly after checking. The hinges were stiff. There was no reason for it to open on its own, yet there it was, a small opening leading into darkness. My heart thumped hard. My hands got sweaty. I stood there, staring up at that gap, unsure what to do. Part of me wanted to call someone, but who would I call at that hour, on Christmas morning, to report an open attic door? Another part of me wanted to run out of the house and not look back. But it was my home. I had to see what was inside. I fetched a step stool from the closet. My legs felt shaky. I climbed up, shining the flashlight into the attic. My hand holding the light trembled, causing the beam to dance across old boxes and rafters. Dust motes swirled in the beam. I smelled stale air, like old fabric and wood. Nothing moved. I listened hard. No sound. I nudged the hatch higher. It resisted at first, then swung up with a dull scrape. I stuck my head inside slowly. My neck was tense, muscles tight. I scanned the attic space. Everything looked the same as before. Boxes, a chair, a rug. But something felt off. I couldn't pinpoint it. The silence was heavy. My ears strained for any noise, even a whisper. Nothing. I checked the edges of the hatch. The wood showed no scratches, no marks. The lock was a simple latch from below. It was still in place, not broken, just flipped open somehow. I had always left it latched, I was sure of it. Now it hung loose. I touched it with my fingertip. It felt cold. I climbed a bit higher, resting my elbows on the attic floor. The dust made me want to sneeze. I held it in. My heart pounded in my ears. I looked behind some boxes, shined the light under the chair. Nothing strange. No footprints, no signs of animals, nothing that would explain why the door had opened. After a few minutes of careful searching, I realized I was shaking. I forced myself to calm down. If there was nothing here, then what had caused the door to open? I had no answer. The silence felt unnatural. At least when it creaked, I knew something was happening. Now there was just emptiness. I backed down the stool, pulling the hatch gently closed behind me. The hinge made a dull sound. I locked the latch firmly and tested it. It stayed shut. I stood there looking at it, breathing fast, my shoulders tense. It was Christmas morning, and I was rattled, nervous. The quiet hallway felt too still. I went to the living room, turned on the lights. I checked the Christmas tree. The bulbs were bright and steady. The room looked normal. I tried to relax. I forced myself to prepare a simple breakfast. My hands shook as I cracked eggs into a pan. The sizzle of butter made me jump. My nerves were on edge. I sat at the kitchen table, chewing slowly, hardly tasting the food. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The attic door had been closed for weeks, only creaking at night. Now, on Christmas morning, it opened without a sound. No footsteps, no signs of entry, just silence and a half-open door. I decided to take a break from the house. I put on my coat and went outside. The air was crisp, and the ground was covered in a thin layer of snow. I breathed deeply, trying to clear my head. The sun was rising, painting the sky with pale light. The neighborhood was quiet. I saw no movement, no people out and about yet. It was too early and too cold. After a short walk, I returned home. I felt calmer. I decided to leave the attic alone for now. I would check it again in daylight, maybe take photos, see if I missed something. For the moment, I just wanted to focus on a normal Christmas morning. I turned on some music, low volume, just to break the silence. As I listened, I kept glancing toward the hallway. The attic door remained closed. I thought about calling someone, maybe a friend, just to talk about normal things. But I didn't want to sound paranoid. I tried to distract myself by opening a small gift I had bought for myself. It was a new pair of gloves, warm and practical. I held them in my hands, feeling their texture, but my mind drifted back to the attic. All day, I avoided going up there. I tried to enjoy the holiday, but the tension remained. Whenever I passed the hallway, I looked up. The door was still shut. I even tapped it once with a broom handle, just to be sure it wouldn't move on its own. It stayed solid and still. By the afternoon, I mustered the courage to check again. With full daylight streaming in, the attic felt less intimidating. I climbed up, opened the hatch, and inspected every corner thoroughly. I opened boxes, found old clothes, some books, a few holiday decorations from past years. Nothing unusual, no animals, no hidden compartments, just dust and old junk. I closed the hatch firmly, latched it, and pulled on it to test. It stayed shut. I went back downstairs feeling slightly better. Maybe it had been a fluke. Maybe I had left it slightly unlatched once, though I couldn't remember doing that. I tried to accept that explanation for my own peace of mind. Still, I couldn't forget the feeling that morning. The sight of that half-open door had jolted me awake like nothing else. The silence after weeks of creaking made it worse. At least when it made noise, I knew something was happening. Now, there was just quiet. It felt like the calm after a strange event I would never fully understand. As evening fell, I turned on the living room lights and watched TV for a while. I glanced at the hallway occasionally, expecting something, but nothing happened. The attic door stayed closed and quiet. Eventually, I grew tired and went to bed. I lay awake for a long time, listening. The house made its usual soft noises, but I heard no creaking, no scratching, nothing out of place. I never did find an explanation. The attic door never opened by itself again after that morning. Sometimes, late at night, I would think about those early days in December when it creaked in the darkness and made my heart pound. And then that final morning, seeing it ajar, no sign of anyone or anything, just silent emptiness. In time, I moved on. I stopped checking the attic so often. The memory faded, but on cold winter nights, I still think about it. I remember that uneasy feeling, the tension in my chest, the dryness in my throat, and the nervous sweat on my palms. The attic door remains closed now, and the silence in the house feels normal again. Still, I never fully shook off the sense that something unseen had been there, testing the latch, and then leaving me with that unsettling quiet on Christmas morning. I first noticed it in early December. The garden bench behind my house had a thin layer of snow on it, just like everything else in the yard. The weather had been steady, light snowfall almost every night. Each morning my yard looked fresh and even, nothing strange at first. But that morning I stepped outside to check the bird feeder. My boots crunched on the thin crust of ice. The air was cold enough to make my face sting. I glanced at the bench and saw a shallow indentation in the snow, as if someone had pressed down on it. It wasn't a big mark, just a slight dip. I didn't think much of it at that moment. I assumed it was my own doing from the previous day, though I couldn't remember sitting there recently. I went inside, warmed my hands by the heater, and forgot about it. The next morning, I checked the bench again out of idle curiosity. Same thing. Fresh snow had fallen overnight. The rest of the yard looked smooth, no tracks or marks. But on that wooden bench, the snow had a slight depression in the middle. It looked exactly like someone had sat there for a moment and gotten up again. I frowned. I knew I hadn't been out there during the night. No one else lived with me. I didn't see footprints leading to the bench or away from it. Just the bench itself, with that small dip in the snow. That evening, I stood by the back window, looking out at the bench. I turned off the indoor lights, hoping to see better outside. The yard was lit dimly by a street lamp shining over the fence. I could see the bench's shape against the white snow. Nothing moved. I waited for a long time, maybe an hour, feeling a chill from the glass. My feet got sore from standing still. Eventually, I gave up and went to bed. I told myself it was probably just some weird settling of the snow. Maybe the wood's surface held some warmth from the day, causing a slight melt. I tried to sleep with that explanation in mind. But the next morning, the indentation was deeper. It looked more like a seat mark now, a clear shape where the snow had pressed down. I felt something tighten in my chest. I leaned over the bench, trying to see if there were hairs, fibers, or anything that might explain it. Nothing, just compacted snow. I looked around the garden. No footprints, no animal tracks, nothing disturbed. I pressed my glove into the snow next to the indentation. It took effort to create a similar shape. That meant something with weight had made that mark. I went back inside, my stomach tense. Over the next few days, it kept happening. Every morning, that bench showed a slightly deeper mark, as if someone had sat longer, pressed down harder. By the end of the first week, I couldn't deny it looked exactly like a single person had been sitting there overnight. The shape was too defined to dismiss. My neck muscles felt tight each time I looked at it. It didn't make sense. I started feeling uneasy after sunset. I caught myself glancing out the window multiple times in the evening, hoping to see some clue. One night, I decided to stay up late and watch. I turned off all the lights inside, sat near the window, and waited. I pulled a chair close and had a blanket around my shoulders. The house was quiet. Outside, I saw the bench faintly. The sky was cloudy, blocking the moon. Time passed slowly. My eyes grew tired. My back ached. After about 2 hours of nothing, I got up, made a cup of tea, and returned to my spot. Still nothing. My head felt heavy. Eventually I dozed off in the chair. When I jerked awake a few hours later, it was nearly dawn. I rushed outside. The snow was fresh, and again, the bench had that mark. I had missed it. I grew more frustrated and anxious. There was no sign of anyone. Yet each morning, that mark was there. I tried placing objects around the bench as traps. I put a loose twig balanced on the armrest, some light objects on the ground to see if they moved. Nothing worked. The twig stayed in place, the objects undisturbed, yet the indentation in the snow appeared every time. I thought about setting up a camera, but I didn't have one handy. My phone camera wouldn't catch anything in the dark. I should have bought a security camera, but it was close to the holidays, and I kept putting it off. As Christmas approached, the mark got deeper. It really looked like someone sat there for hours, not just a moment. On some mornings, I could see a smooth, compressed area the size of a person's lower body. I pressed my hand into the snow next to it, comparing. Whoever or whatever made that mark had mass. It had to. But how did it get there without leaving footprints? How did it avoid detection? I started feeling jumpy around sunset. I felt watched, though I never saw anyone. I double-checked the locks on my doors. I considered calling a friend, but what would I say? That my garden bench was being sat on by an invisible visitor every night? It sounded ridiculous. Instead, I tried another watch, this time from a different angle. I dragged a chair to my bedroom window, which had a side view of the yard, and waited with the lights off. Same result. No movement, no figure, just an empty bench and silent snow. By morning, there was the mark again, deeper and clearer than before. A few days before Christmas Eve, I woke up feeling a knot in my stomach. I stepped outside at dawn. The air hurt my lungs. I saw the bench. The indentation looked even more pronounced. I stood there, staring at it for a long time, my toes getting cold in my boots. I couldn't explain it. I brushed the snow off the bench completely this time, leaving it bare wood. Maybe if there was no snow, I would see scratch marks or something else. I went about my day with a constant sense of unease. The next morning, fresh snow had fallen. The bench was covered again. There it was, that indentation, clean and undeniable. It was as if someone had kept the bench warm and dry underneath. I felt lightheaded. I knelt down and touched the bench's surface. It felt cold, just like everything else. My heart beat fast. It felt like a situation I couldn't control. I hated that feeling. On Christmas Eve, I woke up extra early, before dawn. I rushed to the window. The snow had fallen lightly overnight. I stepped outside. The bench was clean and dry. Not just an indentation, but as if someone had brushed the snow away completely. The rest of the yard had a thin layer of snow, but the bench's surface was bare wood. No moisture, no slush, just dry wood, as if someone had just stood up and dusted it off. I felt my chest tighten, and my breathing grew shallow. I looked around. No prints, no tracks. Just that impossibility staring me in the face. I decided to put more snow on the bench myself. I scooped handfuls of fresh snow and piled it up on the seat. I pressed it down firmly. My hands stung from the cold. I made sure the bench was fully covered, leaving no bare spots. I wanted to see if it would change by Christmas morning. Maybe, I thought, if I interfered, it would stop. That night, I hardly slept. I kept waking up, heart pounding, unsure why. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard a faint creak outside, like wood under weight. I sat up in bed, listening hard. The house was silent. I didn't have the courage to look outside at that moment. I lay there, clutching my blanket, feeling sweat on my neck. On Christmas morning, I got up slowly. My stomach felt tense. I went to the window first. From inside, I could see the bench. The snow I had placed was disturbed. I cursed under my breath and rushed outside without even putting on a coat. The air bit into my skin. The bench had a neat, shallow depression again, as if someone sat there for hours. I stood there in my pajamas, shivering, heart pounding. My fingers trembled as I touched the cold bench. The snow around it looked untouched, just that one spot compressed again. I felt lightheaded and stepped back, nearly slipping on the icy ground. I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was happening right under my nose. I paced inside the house, wringing my hands. I opened a present to distract myself. I tried to eat something, but my throat felt tight. I kept peeking out the window, expecting to see someone sitting there in broad daylight. But nothing appeared, just that bench with its impossible mark. I tried to reason it out. If it were an animal, I'd see paw prints. If it were a person, I'd see footprints. If it were melting or settling snow, it would leave irregular marks, not a perfect seat shape. I considered that maybe the bench was warmer for some reason, causing the snow to melt in that pattern. I checked the bench's underside for wires or anything unusual. Nothing, just wood and old screws. Over the next few days, I tried various experiments. I sprinkled flour on the bench at night, hoping to catch a pattern. In the morning, the flour was brushed aside neatly, and the snow compressed again. I scattered small sticks on the bench to see if they would move. They ended up on the ground, as if swept off. I even tried spreading salt on it. The salt ended up pushed away too. Each attempt made me more nervous. My heart would hammer in my chest when I checked in the morning, and I always found the bench altered in that same strange way. One night, I decided to watch from a different room at a different angle. I sat in my dark laundry room, which had a small high window facing the garden. I dragged a small stool and stood on it, peering out. I could see the bench at a slight angle. It was uncomfortable, and my legs started to cramp. After hours, I gave up again. I never caught anything in the act. It was always empty and silent at night. As December rolled on, I became more anxious and jumpy. I started avoiding looking outside after dark. I hated that bench now. It seemed to taunt me every morning. I considered getting rid of it, but it was heavy and old. Also, something in me feared that removing it wouldn't solve anything. If something invisible decided to sit on that bench, maybe it could follow me inside if I disrupted it. The thought made my scalp tingle. After Christmas, the pattern continued. Every morning, a neat, human-sized indentation in the snow. Every morning my stomach twisted. I tried to invite a friend over once, casually, to show them the bench in the morning, but scheduling didn't work out, and I was left alone with this mystery. I wasn't sure if I wanted anyone else to see it anyway. It made me feel vulnerable and scared. Eventually, I stopped trying to fight it. I would open the back door, glance at the bench, sigh, and close the door again. I put more snow on it a few times, always found it pressed down the next day. I tried ignoring it, but every time I caught sight of the bench, my chest tightened. The silence of the yard felt heavier. I couldn't enjoy my home like before. The simple act of looking outside made me nervous. I never found a solution. The snow kept falling, and the bench kept showing that mark. I never saw who or what made it. I never heard more than a faint creak once. I never found footprints or hair or anything solid. Just that repeated indentation in the snow every morning, as if an invisible figure sat there in the night. As weeks passed, I grew accustomed to it in a grim way. I'd wake up, check the bench, and find the same pattern. My heart still pounded each time, but I learned to accept it as part of my daily life. When the snow eventually melted in late winter, the bench looked normal again. No marks, no sign of the strange visits. I inspected the wood. It was just a normal bench. I kept expecting something to happen at night, but without snow, I had no way to tell if anyone sat there. I slept a bit easier when the snow was gone. Still, I haven't forgotten that winter. Every time I think about it, I feel that same tension in my chest. I remember standing in the cold morning air, staring at that bench, confused and scared. I remember the sound of my own breathing in the silence of the yard. I never got an explanation, and I still don't have one. The memory stays with me, and whenever it snows now, I find myself dreading what I'll see on that old wooden bench at dawn. I hung the wreath on my front door at the start of December. It was a simple green Christmas wreath with a red bow and a few pine cones. I remember adjusting it carefully, making sure it hung straight. The door was solid wood, painted a dull red. The hook was secure. Everything looked fine that first day. The next morning I stepped outside to grab the newspaper. The wreath looked different. The bottom part seemed bent downward, as if someone had pulled on it from below. I frowned. It didn't make sense. The night had been calm, no strong winds. I checked the hook. It was still in place. I gently touched the wreath. The lower branches felt a bit loose, almost as if the wreath had stretched. I shrugged and went back inside. Maybe it was just settling or something like that. That evening I returned home from work and took a closer look. The wreath still looked bent at the bottom. I tried pressing it back into shape. It resisted a bit, the branches cracking faintly. I felt a slight tension inside me. It was only a wreath, but I didn't like that it had changed shape without reason. I locked the door and spent the evening inside, reading and watching TV. At some point, I heard a faint rasping sound near the front door. I paused the TV and listened carefully. It sounded like something scraping lightly on the wood. I got up, approached the door, and stood there. The sound stopped. I opened the door quickly, expecting to see someone or something. Nothing, just cold night air and darkness. I told myself it was probably a branch brushing against the house, or maybe a loose Christmas decoration outside. But there were no branches near the door. The next morning, the wreath looked worse. The bottom half was now clearly deformed. Some pine needles had fallen off. The red bow hung at a crooked angle. I touched it gently. The wreath felt rough and dry. I tried lifting it off the hook to inspect it. The hook was fine. The wreath's backing was intact. I placed it back and tried to fix the shape, pressing the branches into a proper circle. The pine cones were slightly loose. I pushed them back into position. After a few minutes, it looked almost normal again. I left for work feeling uneasy. That night, I decided to listen carefully. I turned off the TV, sat on the couch with the lights low, and focused on any sounds. After midnight, I heard it again, a slow scraping sound as if something was dragging across the wooden surface of the door. I held my breath, feeling my heartbeat speed up. I tiptoed to the door and put my ear against it. The scraping continued for a few seconds, then stopped. I reached for the doorknob, hesitating. The idea of opening it now made me feel tense. Still, I did it. I yanked the door open fast, shining my phone's flashlight outside. The porch was empty. The wreath hung still, no movement. The air was cold, and my breath made a small cloud. I quickly closed the door and locked it. In the morning, I found more damage. The wreath looked almost torn at the bottom. The shape was distorted, not even close to a circle. The bow dangled by one corner. I saw small scratches on the door's surface just behind where the wreath hung. Thin lines, like something had scraped it. I ran my finger over them. They were shallow, but definitely there. I felt my stomach tighten. I checked the sides of the door frame. No footprints in the thin dusting of snow on the porch. No signs of tools or animals. Just those scratches and the ruined wreath. I decided to reinforce the wreath. I got some wire and secured the lower part to the hook so it couldn't be pulled down easily. I tightened the wire, making sure it was stable. I stepped back and looked at my work. The wreath looked rough, but at least it should stay in shape now. Satisfied, I went inside and tried to relax. I cooked dinner, played some music, and tried not to think about it. But deep down, I was nervous. The house felt too quiet. My shoulders were tense. Later that night, I sat in the dark living room again, listening. Around the same late hour, I heard the scraping. This time it was a bit louder. I clenched my teeth and approached the door quietly. The sound was steady, like something trying to pull or scratch at the wreath. My skin prickled. I reached for the doorknob and stopped. I didn't want to open it this time. Instead, I knocked on the door from the inside, hard. The scraping stopped instantly. I waited a few seconds, then yanked the door open again, shining my flashlight around. Empty porch, quiet street, no movement. I felt a chill run down my neck. In the morning, the wreath looked even worse. My wire reinforcement had been twisted somehow, and the wreath was elongated downward, as if stretched. The pine needles were sparse, and the shape was almost unrecognizable. The bow hung by a single thread. I removed the wreath from the door, took it inside, and inspected it in my kitchen under bright light. The bottom branches looked as if they'd been tugged repeatedly. Some were snapped. The pine cones were loose and scratched. I couldn't understand how. I had heard no one actually tampering with it, just that scraping sound. But the damage was real. I tried one last time to reshape the wreath. I used pliers to bend the frame back into a circle. I retied the bow, tightened the pine cones, and sprayed a little water on it to keep it from drying out completely. I took it back outside and hung it up again, this time putting 2 hooks at the bottom as well, hoping it would hold. My hands shook a bit as I worked, and I glanced around frequently, feeling watched, though I saw no one. The next night, the scraping started earlier. I was brushing my teeth around midnight when I heard it. I froze, toothbrush in hand, and listened. It was faint but distinct. I spat out the toothpaste, crept to the front door, and pressed my ear against it. The scraping was rhythmic now, in short bursts. My stomach knotted. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? There was no intruder visible, no evidence of anyone breaking in. Just a wreath being ruined night after night. I waited until the sound stopped, then opened the door slowly this time. No sudden moves. The porch light was off, but the street lamp cast a weak glow. The wreath hung there, motionless. I leaned out carefully, shining my phone light around the door frame, the porch railing, the steps. Nothing out of place, no footprints. I touched the wreath gently. It felt oddly warm to my fingertips, which made no sense. The air was freezing. I jerked my hand back and closed the door quietly, heart pounding. By the morning before Christmas Eve, the wreath was barely recognizable. Most of the decorations had fallen off. The green branches were bent and cracked. It looked like a misshapen clump of dry twigs held together by the remaining wires. I rubbed my eyes, feeling tired and stressed. I had slept poorly. Every sound in the night woke me up. The scratches on the door were more numerous now, a cluster of thin lines around where the wreath hung. I touched them lightly, feeling the rough texture of the damaged paint. I wanted to remove the wreath entirely, but something stopped me. It felt like giving up, like it would leave the door exposed. I had the strange sense that the wreath, no matter how ruined, was a barrier of some sort. I left it hanging, even though it looked terrible. I went to work feeling distracted and jumpy. That evening was Christmas Eve. I came home late after having dinner at a friend's place. I felt a bit calmer with some company, but now that I was alone, the tension returned. As I approached my door, I raised my flashlight. To my surprise, the wreath looked intact again. Perfect, as if new. The green branches were full and lush. The red bow was straight and bright. The pine cones were firmly attached. Even the scratches on the door seemed faded. I stood there, stunned, shining my light back and forth. There was no explanation. That morning it had been a wreck. Now it looked like I had just hung it for the first time. I reached out and touched it. The needles felt fresh, even smelled faintly of pine. My heart fluttered. This was not normal. Inside, I locked the door and paced the living room. Why was it fixed now? After weeks of nightly damage, it had somehow restored itself. The idea terrified me. I turned on every light in the house, as if that could help. I waited, dreading the sound of scraping, but no noise came. The night passed quietly. I barely slept, sitting in bed, listening to silence. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I dozed off. On Christmas morning, I woke up with a dry mouth and a headache. The sun was rising. I went to the front door, feeling my heart pound. I opened it slowly, expecting to see something strange. The wreath still looked perfect, just like the night before. The air outside was cold and still. No wind. I stepped onto the porch and looked around. Everything was normal. Snow on the ground, a few cars down the street, a quiet morning. I leaned in close to the wreath, inspecting it. Perfect shape, no damage. The door's surface looked clean. I glanced at the spot where I'd seen the scratches. They were almost gone, faint lines barely visible. My fingers shook as I reached out to touch the wreath again. It felt cold this time, just normal evergreen. I wondered if I had imagined everything. But I remembered the sleepless nights, the scraping, the damage. I took a step back and considered taking the wreath down and throwing it away. But before I could decide, I felt a sudden sensation on the porch, a pressure in the air. It was subtle, like someone standing very close behind me. My neck hair stood up. I spun around, but I saw nothing. The porch was empty, just me and the wreath. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been right there, inches from me. I backed up, breathing fast, and nearly stumbled on the top step. I grabbed the railing to steady myself. My pulse hammered in my ears. The morning light was bright, the sky clear. There was no reason to be afraid, but I was. I stepped inside and closed the door firmly, turning both locks. My legs felt weak, and I sat down on a chair in the hallway, catching my breath. After a few minutes, I stood up and looked out the window. The wreath looked innocent and pretty, a perfect Christmas decoration. No sign of what had happened over the past weeks. But I remembered every detail. I didn't dare open the door again that morning. I left it locked and tried to go about my day. I made coffee, wrapped a last-minute gift, tried to calm down. But my hands kept shaking whenever I thought about that feeling of being watched, of something standing right next to me where nothing should be. I never solved the mystery of the wreath. After Christmas, I took it down and threw it away. It felt wrong to keep it. I didn't want to risk another round of strange damage or scraping sounds. The scratches on the door were faint, but I painted over them just to forget. I tried not to think about the nights I spent listening at that door, or the way the wreath had been bent and twisted. I tried to move on. Still, I can't forget the feeling on that Christmas morning when I opened the door and felt something close. I can't explain it. I never saw anyone or anything. There were no footprints, no evidence of a trespasser. Just that wreath, first ruined, then restored, and the quiet scraping at night. When I think about it now, I still feel a tightness in my chest. I keep my doors locked and avoid hanging wreaths on them. It's a small thing, but I'd rather not invite whatever that was back into my life. I first noticed the sound in early December. It was late at night. I had turned off the TV and was about to go to bed. The house was quiet. The heater hummed softly. Then I heard a faint noise coming from the garage. It sounded like distant music, very soft and muffled. I froze, listened, and waited. The music stopped after a few seconds. I shrugged and went to sleep, thinking maybe it was the wind or a neighbor's radio. The next night, I heard it again. This time I was sure it came from the garage. It was low and barely audible, like someone trying to play a Christmas tune off-key. The melody was broken and out of tune. I walked to the door that led from my kitchen to the garage. I pressed my ear against it. The sound was there, on the other side. I turned the doorknob slowly and entered the garage. It was dark and cold inside. I pulled the light cord, and a weak bulb lit the space. Nothing unusual, just my car, some boxes, and old tools. The music had stopped the moment I opened the door. I checked every corner with my flashlight, but found nothing. I turned off the light and went back inside, puzzled. Each night that followed, the strange music returned. Always faint, always coming from the garage. It played in short bursts, a few notes here and there, like a distorted Christmas carol played on a broken speaker. I tried to ignore it at first. I told myself it was just a trick of my hearing, or maybe some interference from a distant signal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was inside my garage. I decided to be more methodical. One night, I stood in the dark kitchen, listening carefully. The music started around midnight, a soft, uneven melody drifting through the wall. I opened the door quietly, without turning on any lights. The moment I stepped into the dark garage, the sound stopped. I stood still in the cold, breathing slowly, waiting to see if it would start again. Nothing. Just silence. I fumbled for the light, turned it on, and searched again. Nothing moved. No devices, no hidden speakers. I turned off the light, went back inside, locked the door, and listened. About 5 minutes later, the music started again. As days passed, the pattern continued. Late at night, I would hear that strange, off-key Christmas melody. It sounded like a warped version of Jingle Bells, or something similar, but I couldn't be sure. The melody was distorted, not clear enough to recognize completely. Each time I entered the garage, the music stopped. Each time I left, it came back. I started feeling uneasy. My stomach would tense when I heard the first notes. My hands felt clammy. I checked the garage door leading outside, locked. I checked the windows, closed and secure. There was no easy explanation. I tried different approaches. One night, I stood just outside the kitchen door, holding it open a crack. I aimed my ear toward the garage. The music played softly. I crept forward and poked my head in, keeping the lights off. I hoped to catch it mid-play. The moment my face crossed the threshold, the sound stopped. My heart beat faster. I turned on my phone's flashlight and swept the beam around. Empty space, car hood, shelves, cardboard boxes, all normal. I muttered a curse under my breath and backed out, frustrated. As December moved closer to Christmas, the melody changed slightly. It became a bit clearer, though still off-key. It lasted longer, too. Instead of a few notes, it sometimes went on for a full minute before stopping. I could make out parts of the melody, definitely a Christmas tune, but twisted and slow. On some nights, I heard faint humming behind the notes, like someone gently vocalizing along with the tune. That made the hair on my arms stand up. I tried recording it with my phone. I stood in the kitchen, pressed record, and aimed the phone at the door. The music played. I listened through the recording afterward and only heard muffled static. The tune was too faint for the phone's mic to pick up. I felt annoyed and a bit scared. I considered asking a friend to come over, but I felt stupid saying, "I hear weird Christmas music in my garage at night." It sounded crazy. One particularly cold night, I stood in the kitchen around 1 a.m. The music had started again. This time, it sounded slightly louder than before, as if something wanted me to hear it more clearly. My breathing was shallow. I approached the garage door and gripped the doorknob. I turned it suddenly, swung the door wide, and flicked on the garage light. Silence. The bare bulb showed me the same dull scene. I walked slowly, checking behind boxes, under the car, even inside the storage bins. Nothing. I stood there, feeling the cold concrete floor under my slippers, listening to my own breath. The garage smelled like dust and old rubber. No music, no movement. I turned off the light and went back inside. Almost immediately, I heard the music start again. This time, I felt a surge of anger. I swung the door open and shouted, "Who's there?" My voice echoed. Silence again. My heart pounded. I waited a full minute, my jaw clenched, then closed the door. The moment I shut it, I heard a faint note. It was like something was playing with me. As Christmas approached, I felt the tension in my chest grow. The nights felt longer. I started going to bed earlier, just to avoid staying up and hearing that tune. But even from my bedroom at the back of the house, I thought I heard it sometimes, a low murmur of broken melody seeping through the walls. I tossed and turned, sleeping poorly. My neck felt stiff in the mornings. I dreaded nighttime. On Christmas Eve, I decided to confront it once more. I had spent the evening with family and returned home late. The house was quiet. The clock showed almost midnight. I entered the kitchen and listened. At first, silence. I poured myself a glass of water, thinking maybe tonight it wouldn't happen. Then I heard it again, soft and low, as if coming from beneath the garage floor. The same strange melody, slightly clearer now. I could pick out a few words if I listened hard, but the voice was too faint. I marched to the garage door and opened it wide, turning the light on and stepping inside. Silence. I stood in the middle of the garage, arms crossed, waiting. After a minute of nothing, I turned off the light and left the door open, going back inside the kitchen but leaving the garage door ajar. I sat on a chair in the dark kitchen, staring into the black opening of the garage. At first, silence. Then the music started again, as if ignoring my presence. I got up, moved quietly toward the door, and looked in without turning on the light. No source, just darkness and that faint music. My skin crawled. I decided to test something. I reached for the garage door and slowly began to close it. As the door swung toward the frame, the music grew quieter, then stopped just before the door clicked shut. I opened it again, a crack. The music returned, faint but present. I repeated this several times. Door open, silence. Door almost closed, music playing. It was reversed from what I had thought before, and it confused me. Actually, I realized I had misunderstood. When I fully opened the door and stepped in, the music stopped. When I pulled it back to almost closed, staying inside the kitchen and out of sight, it started again. Each time I tried to surprise it by stepping inside, it fell silent. The pattern was maddening. Exhausted, I went to bed around 2 a.m. I woke up on Christmas morning feeling drained. I checked the garage as soon as I got up in daylight. Everything looked normal. No signs of tampering, no devices hidden anywhere. Just my ordinary garage, cold and empty. I shook my head, trying to push the memory of the night out of my mind. As Christmas Day passed, I tried to enjoy myself. I opened a few gifts, watched a movie, ate a warm meal. My nerves were still on edge, but I tried to pretend everything was fine. When night came, I braced myself. I turned off the lights, stood in the kitchen, and waited. Silence. I waited longer. No music. I checked my watch. Past midnight. Still nothing. I opened the garage door slowly and peeked inside. Quiet darkness. I listened carefully, holding my breath. No sound at all. I sighed in relief, but I also felt uneasy. After all those nights, why no music now? I closed the garage door and leaned against it, breathing out slowly. Maybe whatever caused it had stopped now that Christmas was here. But this relief didn't feel good. It felt empty and strange. I found myself wishing I had recorded it better or shown someone else. I hadn't proved anything. Maybe I was losing my mind, but I knew I had heard it. I remembered the tune clearly, that broken Christmas melody seeping through the door. I went to bed, still tense. I listened hard in the darkness of my bedroom, ears straining for any faint note. Nothing, just the soft hum of the heater. I slept restlessly, dreaming of standing in the garage with that music swirling around me, but never finding the source. The following morning, I checked the garage again. Still normal. I stood in the center, turning slowly, looking up at the rafters, down at the floor, touching the walls. Nothing, just wood, concrete, and dust. I felt foolish and unsettled. I couldn't forget the sound, how it stopped every time I tried to catch it. It felt like a game I had lost. Days passed, and no more music came. The nights were silent again. I started sleeping better, but I couldn't shake the memory. Each time I entered the garage afterward, I paused, listening for even a hint of that tune. I never heard it again. The memory stayed in my head, making me uneasy whenever I passed through the kitchen late at night. Sometimes I stood by the door and listened, just in case, but the garage stayed quiet. I never found an explanation. No one believed me when I hinted at it. I didn't push the story. It sounded ridiculous. But I know what I heard. That broken, distorted Christmas music in my own garage, coming from nowhere and stopping whenever I tried to confront it. Now, whenever Christmas season returns, I think about those nights. I watch the calendar, and as December rolls in, I find myself feeling tense after dark. I glance at the garage door, remembering the faint notes and the feeling of being toyed with. It never happened again, yet I can't forget it. The silence of the garage now feels heavier, as if it holds a memory it won't share. I still don't open that door late at night unless I have to. I don't stand too long in the dark, listening. I keep the lights on and ignore the thoughts that creep into my head. But deep down, I know I'll never fully relax in my own home after experiencing that strange music that came and went without explanation. I first noticed the handkerchief at the start of December. It appeared on my windowsill one morning, lying flat on the wooden ledge inside the house. I don't know how it got there. I had been out the day before, and when I went to bed, I'm certain I didn't see anything unusual. But now, in the pale morning light, there it was, a white handkerchief with no patterns or monograms. It looked plain and slightly worn, as if handled many times. I picked it up, turned it over, found nothing special. No initials, no brand, no stains. I held it up to my nose out of curiosity. It smelled faintly musty, but nothing strong. I shrugged and tossed it into a small drawer in the kitchen, thinking I'd figure out what to do with it later. That night, I went about my usual routine, watched some TV, ate a small dinner, and locked my doors before bed. I didn't think about the handkerchief again, but in the morning I froze in place as I entered the kitchen. The handkerchief was back on the windowsill, exactly the same spot, folded neatly this time. I felt a chill run up my spine. I opened the drawer where I'd placed it. The drawer was empty. Somehow, it had returned to the window. I double-checked the locks on my doors and windows, all secure. No sign of forced entry. I stood there, heart beating faster than usual, staring at that plain white cloth. I reached out and picked it up again. It felt cold between my fingers. I examined it carefully, looking for any clue, maybe a tiny label, a thread of a certain color. Nothing, just plain cotton. I decided to throw it out. I walked to my trash bin, lifted the lid, and dropped it in. I slammed the lid shut, as if that would keep it inside. Then I tried to go about my day, but I felt restless and kept glancing at the windowsill, expecting something to happen. The next morning, I woke up with a knot in my stomach. I rushed into the kitchen. The handkerchief was there again, on the sill, folded even more neatly than before. My throat felt dry. I checked the trash bin. Empty, of course, except for other normal garbage. The idea that it had reappeared again, without any sign of how, made me sweat. The morning air felt colder than usual. I touched the window frame. No scratches, no marks. How was this possible? I tried to ignore it, but by midday I felt so uneasy, I decided to try another approach. I took the handkerchief, wrapped it in a plastic bag, and put it in a box in my hall closet. I made sure to remember the exact spot, the top shelf, behind an old pair of boots. I closed the closet door and pushed a chair in front of it. I felt silly doing that, but I couldn't help it. This situation made no sense. That night, I stayed up late, reading in the living room. I kept one ear alert for any sound. Nothing. No creaks, no footsteps, no voices, just the heater clicking on and off. Eventually, I got sleepy and went to bed. In the morning, I found the handkerchief back on the windowsill. This time, it had changed. As I approached it, I noticed a faint smell. It smelled like pine, fresh and clean, as if it had absorbed some scent overnight. I stepped back, heart pounding. My chest felt tight. The cloth looked the same, but now with a distinct pine smell. I hesitated before touching it. When I finally picked it up, my fingertips tingled, and a chill spread from my hand up my arm. I dropped it back onto the sill, startled. My head felt light. I wanted to get rid of it for good. I tried throwing it outside. I went out back, walked down my driveway, and tossed it into a public garbage bin on the corner. I looked around to make sure no one was watching. The street was empty. The air was cold enough to make my breath visible. I hurried back inside, checking that I had locked the door behind me. That night I hardly slept. I kept picturing that handkerchief sitting on my windowsill, waiting for me. In the early hours of the morning, I crept into the kitchen, flicked on the light, and felt my stomach drop. It was back, lying flat on the sill, smelling lightly of pine. My head throbbed. I took a deep breath and approached it slowly. This time I touched it carefully, trying to be calm. The cloth felt cold, and that same chill spread through my skin. My neck tensed. I got goosebumps on my arms. I had the strong impression that I wasn't alone in the room, as if someone stood just behind me, watching. But when I turned around, no one was there. Over the next days, I tried everything. I buried it in the backyard under some loose soil. It returned the next morning on the sill. I tried burning it with a lighter in the sink. The flame wouldn't catch. The cloth didn't burn, just warmed slightly and released more of that pine scent. I cursed and turned on the faucet, washing it under hot water. The water didn't change anything. The smell remained. I stomped back to the windowsill and left it there. I felt defeated and angry. My heart pounded, my palms sweat. I couldn't understand what was happening. As December wore on, the feeling around the handkerchief intensified. Whenever I touched it, my ears rang slightly, and the room seemed colder. I started dreading the mornings because I knew I'd find it there again, no matter what I did. I stopped trying to remove it altogether, hoping maybe if I left it alone, it would stop bothering me. But that didn't help either. By the time Christmas Eve arrived, I was on edge. The night before, I had tried once more to get rid of it, wrapping it in thick tape and sealing it in a metal box under my bed. I woke up expecting to find it on the windowsill again, and I did. This time, it had no scent. The pine smell was gone. I leaned in close and sniffed. Nothing, just cold air. But the silence in the kitchen felt heavier than usual. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I felt a slight pressure in my chest, making it hard to breathe deeply. I spent Christmas Eve out of the house, visiting some friends, trying to distract myself. But all through dinner, I kept thinking about that handkerchief sitting on my sill. I worried that something else would change, that I'd come home to find not just the cloth, but something else entirely. I stayed out late as I could without it seeming suspicious to my friends. When I finally returned home, it was close to midnight. The house was dark and quiet. I turned on the hall light, then the kitchen light. The handkerchief was still there. No scent. I stood in front of it, fists clenched, deciding what to do. My heart throbbed in my temples. I carefully reached out and touched it one more time. It felt neutral, just a normal piece of cloth. No chills, no tingling. The atmosphere in the room, however, felt tense. I swallowed hard, not knowing what else to do. I left it there and went to bed, my mind racing. I couldn't shake the sense that I was dealing with something I couldn't understand. On Christmas morning, I woke up with a strange calmness. The sun was peeking through the curtains. I got out of bed slowly, my body stiff from poor sleep. I walked into the kitchen, expecting to see that handkerchief again. I looked at the sill, heart pounding. It was gone. The space was empty. I opened the window and checked outside. Nothing. I searched the floor, the drawers, every spot where I'd hidden it before. Gone. Just like that. My body shook with relief, but it was mixed with confusion and lingering fear. I stood there for a long time, leaning against the counter, trying to make sense of it. The handkerchief had appeared out of nowhere, returned no matter what I did, developed a scent, caused me strange chills and tension, and then lost its scent and vanished after Christmas arrived. I couldn't find any logical explanation. There were no signs of anyone breaking in. Nothing else in the house was missing or changed. Just that piece of cloth haunting me for weeks and then leaving me alone. As I tried to move on with my day, I realized I still felt uneasy. Even though the handkerchief was gone, the memory of it remained. The feeling of something unseen standing behind me when I touched it, the way it kept returning no matter where I hid it, the subtle changes in its smell and texture, all these things lingered in my mind. I kept glancing at the windowsill throughout the morning, half expecting it to reappear, but it never did. That afternoon, I forced myself to relax. I opened a gift from a friend, made a simple meal, turned on some quiet music. The house felt normal again, or as close to normal as it could after what happened. The tension in the air had lifted, and my shoulders slowly eased down from their constant tightness. Still, whenever I walked past the window, I felt a dull ache in my chest. The memory wouldn't fade so quickly. In the following days, I tried to forget about the handkerchief. I avoided mentioning it to anyone, fearing they'd think I was insane. I cleaned the kitchen thoroughly, wiping down the sill and checking every corner. I put fresh flowers there, hoping to reclaim that spot with something pleasant. But no matter what I did, I couldn't erase the feeling that I had been visited by something invisible, something that left its mark in a subtle and unsettling way. I never saw the handkerchief again. It stayed away, as if its purpose was fulfilled, or its time here had ended. I have no answers. I just know that during those weeks of December, my home didn't feel like mine. Each morning, I woke up to find that cloth mocking my attempts to get rid of it. Each time I touched it, I felt a presence close by. When it finally disappeared, I was relieved, but also shaken. Now, when I think about it, I still get a slight tingle in my fingertips. I remember the pine scent, the cold feeling, and the silence. I remember the frustration and the fear. Nothing like that has happened since. The windowsill remains just a windowsill, but I can't help feeling that something was here, something I couldn't see, leaving behind a plain white handkerchief as a strange calling card. It came and went without explanation, and I'm left with the memory and the lingering sense that I had an invisible visitor I will never understand. I first noticed the statue's movement on a Wednesday morning in early December. I walked into my backyard to check the bird feeder. It was cold, my breath visible in the morning air. As I moved toward the feeder, I glanced at the small decorative statue I kept near the garden's edge. Normally, it stood facing the fence. It was a simple piece, about knee-high, made of some kind of resin. It looked like a small animal figure, maybe a squirrel, holding an acorn. I had placed it there months ago and never moved it since. But that morning, I found it in a different position. It no longer faced the fence. It now faced my house, tilted slightly to one side. I frowned and stepped closer. The ground around it was covered in light snow. There were no footprints, no drag marks, nothing to suggest that anyone had touched it. I knelt down, checked the statue. It felt solid. I looked around the yard. Nobody else lived with me. The gate was locked. I shook my head, chalked it up to my own memory. Maybe I had placed it differently and forgot. I put some seed in the feeder and went back inside. The next morning, I made a point to remember its exact position before going to bed. At night, through the window, I saw the statue still facing the fence. I noted its exact orientation. It faced north, with its head tilted slightly left. When I woke up and went outside, the statue had moved again. This time, it faced east, turned about 90 degrees from where it had been. The ground was still undisturbed, no footprints, no trails. My pulse quickened. I squatted down, touched the statue, pressed it into the ground, trying to see if it was loose. It felt stable. I stood up and looked around again, feeling uneasy. I tried checking the fence for signs of someone climbing over it. Nothing. The fence was high, and the snow on top was undisturbed. On the third morning, the statue moved again. Now it pointed diagonally toward the corner of the yard. Every morning, a new orientation. By now, my nerves were on edge. I started feeling watched in my own home. I tried talking to a neighbor, asking if they had seen anyone enter my yard. They said no. I asked if they noticed anything strange. They just shrugged. They seemed confused by my question. I didn't insist. That evening, I watched the statue from my kitchen window for hours. I kept the lights off inside so I wouldn't get reflections on the glass. I saw nothing unusual. The statue stayed in place. I finally went to bed after midnight, tired and tense. In the morning, I rushed out as soon as I woke up. It had moved again. Now it faced the back corner, opposite the house. There were still no tracks in the fresh snow. The statue's base was clean, no signs of being lifted or rolled. Over the next week, the pattern continued. Each morning, the statue faced a slightly different direction, as if turning bit by bit around the yard. Sometimes it pointed toward the shed, sometimes toward the oak tree, sometimes toward the fence door. It never made sense. I tried placing small objects around it at night, like sticks or pebbles, to see if they would move. In the morning, the statue was repositioned, but the sticks and pebbles remained undisturbed. It was as if the statue moved alone, without affecting anything else. I began feeling real fear. My chest felt tight whenever I thought about it. I stopped sleeping well. I woke up several times each night, sweaty and anxious. I considered bringing the statue inside, locking it in the garage, but I hesitated. Something about touching it too much made my stomach knot. Still, I had to do something. One night, I put a rope around it, tying it to a stake in the ground. I pounded the stake deep into the frozen earth. I pulled the rope tight. Then I went inside and watched from the window. Hours passed, and I saw no movement. In the morning, I went outside, heart pounding. The statue was free of the rope, standing a few feet away from the stake, facing the garden gate. The rope lay coiled neatly on the ground. I picked it up, my hands shaking, and examined it. The knot I had tied was undone, as if someone had carefully unfastened it. I looked around again, feeling foolish. How could this happen without footprints or noise? I tried setting up my phone to record overnight. I placed it on a windowsill inside, pointing toward the statue through the glass. I left it recording for hours. In the morning, the statue had moved again, this time pointing toward the house. I checked the video. Nothing. Just a static image of the backyard. At some point around 3 a.m., the recording went blurry for a second. Then it resumed, and the statue was in its new position. No figure visible, no movement caught. Just a single frame of distortion. As Christmas approached, I noticed a pattern in how the statue pointed. At first, it seemed random, but after several days, I realized it was guiding my eyes toward a specific part of the yard each morning. As it rotated, it seemed to direct my attention further toward the corner where an old flower bed lay, long unused and covered in snow. I tried digging in that area one morning, just to see if something was buried there. The ground was frozen solid. I chipped at it for a while and found only dirt and small stones. My fingertips went numb from the cold. Eventually I gave up. Each night I watched and waited, but the statue never moved while I looked. It only changed position when I slept. I tried staying up all night once. I kept myself awake with coffee. I stared out the window, fighting my drooping eyelids. Around 4 in the morning, I nodded off for just a second, and when I snapped awake, the statue had moved again. It felt impossible. My fear turned into frustration, and then into a hollow dread. I didn't know what the statue wanted or why it moved. I just knew it kept pointing. As Christmas Eve arrived, the statue's direction settled back to its original position, facing the fence like the first day I noticed something was off. I woke up that morning and found it in the exact spot it had been weeks ago, as if nothing had ever happened. My heart sank. It was as if all those nights of stress had led nowhere, just a return to normal. But it didn't feel normal. The air still felt heavy. My nerves were raw. On Christmas morning I woke up late. I had barely slept, tossing and turning, expecting the statue to pull some final trick. I went outside, my heart in my throat. The statue was gone. The spot where it had stood was empty. No footprints, no drag marks, no broken pieces. It was just missing. The ground looked as undisturbed as ever. The feeling in my chest was confusing. Part relief, part deeper fear. The statue had disappeared without a trace. I searched the yard thoroughly. I checked behind the shed, under the porch, even looked over the fence to see if it had fallen outside. Nothing. It was as if it had never existed. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat down at the kitchen table. I stared at my hands, noticing they were shaking. The house felt quiet, too quiet. In the following days, I tried to go about my life as normally as possible, but the memory of that statue lingered in my mind. Every time I looked out the window at the backyard, I expected to see it again, standing in some impossible position. The yard felt empty now, not just physically, but in a deeper way. The absence of the statue created a strange void. I found myself missing it, which made no sense. I had been terrified of it. I told no one about what happened. Who would believe me? A statue that moved on its own, leaving no footprints, changing position only when I slept, then vanishing on Christmas Day. I tried to explain it to myself in practical terms. Maybe someone played a cruel prank. Maybe a neighbor climbed the fence each night, using a ladder that left no marks, carefully rearranging the statue. But why? And how to explain the knots undone, the video distortion, the complete absence of tracks in fresh snow. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't form a logical explanation. The silence in the yard, the emptiness of that spot, made me anxious. I found myself checking the window often, hoping and fearing to see the statue back again. But it never returned. Weeks passed. The snow melted. The grass reappeared. I raked the yard in spring, that corner still empty. I placed a new decoration there once, a small stone gnome, and left it overnight. It never moved. The new statue stayed where I put it, day after day. As time moved on, the memory became more like a bad dream. But I knew it wasn't a dream. I had recorded videos, seen the rope undone. I tried watching the old footage again. The distortion was there, but it proved nothing. It looked like a camera glitch. The missing statue left no evidence behind, just a persistent feeling of discomfort in my chest. Every so often, I woke up at odd hours, remembering the way it had pointed, as if trying to show me something I never understood. I never found out what the statue wanted, if it wanted anything at all. I never found an object buried in the yard or uncovered some secret. Nothing came of its strange movements except my own fear and confusion. The house went back to normal. I resumed my routines, but every December since then, when the nights grow long and quiet, I think about it. I stand by the window, look at the spot where it once stood, and I feel my heart beat faster. I remember the tension of waking up each morning, not knowing what I'd find. The yard seems calmer now, but that calmness is unsettling. When I think about Christmas now, I don't remember lights or music. I remember that statue, how it moved without reason, how it vanished without a trace. The memory still makes my stomach tighten. I still have no explanation. I just know it happened, and I can't forget it. I've learned to live with the uncertainty, the empty space in my backyard where that statue once stood. The silence there is a constant reminder that not everything can be understood. First noticed it early in December. I had gone up to the attic to store some old boxes of decorations. The attic was always quiet and dusty, just wooden beams, a small window, and cardboard boxes stacked along the sides. There was no insulation, so the air felt cold. That morning, when I climbed the creaky steps and turned on the weak overhead bulb, I heard something strange. I said something like, "Where did I put that box?" out loud to myself, and then I heard a faint echo. It wasn't my voice coming back exactly. It sounded dull and off, like someone repeating my words 2 rooms away. I paused, heart beating a bit faster. The attic was empty, just me and the boxes. I listened for a moment. Nothing else. I thought maybe the sound had bounced off a wall or something. I shrugged and went back down after I stored the boxes. At that point, I didn't think much of it. But a few days later, I had to go up again to find some lights I had stored. This time, I decided to test it. I said, "Hello?" into the darkness. Almost immediately, I heard a low, soft repetition. "Hello." Not exactly the same tone. It was quieter and slightly delayed, like someone whispering after me. The hairs on my neck stood up. I shined my flashlight around, checking the corners. Just dusty beams, some cobwebs, nothing else. My stomach felt tight. I said nothing else and went back down, my heart pounding. The next few times I ventured up, I tried to ignore it, but it was impossible. If I made any sound, mumbling to myself, coughing, even breathing loudly, I would hear a faint echo that did not sound like a normal echo. It sounded more like another person repeating what I did, but very softly, barely audible. Sometimes it wasn't even words, just a long, drawn-out breath after mine, as if mocking the rhythm of my breathing. Each time I felt my pulse race. It was unsettling. The attic had always been a quiet storage space. Now it felt occupied by something invisible. I stopped going up there at night. I only went during daylight, and even then I tried to remain silent. But I'm human, and sometimes I speak to myself without thinking. One afternoon I climbed up to look for a box of old toys. I hit my head on a beam and cursed under my breath. Immediately, I heard a faint, distorted curse, like someone repeating my word with a slight wheeze at the end. I froze in place, breathing shallowly. My hands got sweaty. I felt like bolting down the stairs, but I forced myself to stay calm. I searched quickly for the toys, found them, and left in a hurry. As Christmas approached, I got more nervous. I needed to go up there to fetch more decorations and gifts I had hidden. The idea of hearing that echo made my chest tighten. One night, I decided to see if I could catch it in the act, record it somehow. I brought my phone, turned on the voice recorder, and said a simple phrase, "Merry Christmas." I waited. I heard a whispery echo, "Merry Christmas." I replayed the recording after I went downstairs. On the recording, I only heard myself, no echo, just silence after my words. That scared me even more. It meant the sound was only in the attic, not something normal like an acoustic effect. I tried to convince myself that maybe I was imagining it. Stress, lack of sleep, something like that. So I tested it again, this time bringing a friend over. I asked him to stand at the bottom of the attic steps while I talked. I went up, said a few random words, and heard the echo again, soft and low. I hurried down and asked if he heard anything. He said no, just me talking. I asked him to come up with me and listen, but he refused. I think my face told him I was scared, and it put him off. He left soon after, looking confused and maybe a little worried about my mental state. I was alone with this strange phenomenon. Each time I entered the attic, the air felt colder than the rest of the house. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears. If I tried to be absolutely silent, I could just barely hear something like a distant breath circling the room. Not my breath, but something else, faint and soft. If I whispered anything, it whispered back. Not always exact words, but close enough. Sometimes it just repeated the last word I said. Other times it drew out the sounds, making them sound warped. A few days before Christmas Eve, I mustered some courage and tried to confront it. I stood in the attic, heart pounding, and spoke loudly. "Who are you?" I waited. I heard a faint response. "You." Just that one word, whispered back at me. My legs felt weak. I stepped backward, nearly stumbling. I tried again. "What do you want?" The echo returned. "Want." My eyes watered from the tension. My throat was dry. I said nothing else and left quickly, holding the handrail with a sweaty grip as I descended. That night, I could barely sleep. I kept seeing the darkness of the attic in my mind. I felt like something was lurking up there, something that only existed in sound. I considered clearing out the attic altogether, throwing away everything stored there, but that made no sense. I wouldn't know what I was dealing with anyway. I thought about calling someone more official, but who would I call for an echo that talked back? On Christmas Eve, the house felt oddly still. I avoided the attic all day. I had retrieved everything I needed before. The evening came, and I sat in the living room with the TV on low volume, trying to focus on something else. But my eyes kept drifting toward the ceiling, toward the attic hatch. I wondered if it was listening to me now, even when I wasn't up there. Late that night, I decided to check again. Maybe the holiday would change something. I climbed the steps slowly, flashlight in hand. My body felt tense. I opened the attic door and stepped inside. The air was cold, my breath visible. I said quietly, "Merry Christmas." I waited, heart thudding. Silence. I repeated it a bit louder. "Merry Christmas." Still nothing. No whisper, no echo. I tried another word. "Hello?" Silence. I coughed softly, waiting for that familiar copy of my sound. Nothing happened, just still air and dust. I stood there for several minutes, testing various sounds, tapping a box, humming a note. Nothing came back. The attic was as quiet as a normal empty attic should be. My heartbeat began to slow. I felt cautious relief. For some reason, the echo had vanished on Christmas Eve. Maybe whatever caused it was gone now. Maybe it only happened during those nights leading up to Christmas. I went back downstairs and slept better that night than I had all month. I woke up on Christmas morning feeling more rested. I ate breakfast, turned on some music, and tried not to think about the attic. But curiosity got the better of me. After lunch, I decided to go back up and see if the silence still held. I climbed the steps, my body less tense now, and opened the attic hatch. The light bulb glowed weakly. I said, "Hello?" and listened. No response, no echo, just my voice fading into empty air. I walked around, tapping walls, even speaking louder. Nothing. The attic was normal again. Dust, boxes, wooden beams, a cold draft near the window. I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. It was over. I had no explanation, but it was over. In the following days, I revisited the attic several times, always careful to make noise and check for a response. I found nothing. The strange echo never returned. I stopped feeling that tightness in my chest whenever I thought about it. I managed to store things up there without fear. But I never forgot the feeling of hearing that soft voice repeat my words. I never forgot how it sometimes twisted my questions, how it knew to respond even though I was alone. I tried not to dwell on it, but sometimes late at night, I thought about it. If it was an echo, why didn't it sound like me exactly? Why did it sometimes change the words? Why did it vanish on Christmas Eve, as if it had been waiting for something? I have no answers. I just know that for a few weeks in December, my attic held something that mimicked my voice and breath. It made me sweat and lose sleep. It made me question my sanity. Now that it's gone, I'm grateful, but also unsettled that it happened at all. No one else ever heard it. My friend who came over never experienced it. The recordings never picked it up. It was just me and that strange attic voice. I think about it every December now, wondering if it will come back. Each year, I catch myself hesitating before entering the attic around Christmas time. So far, it's stayed silent. But I know I'll never truly relax up there again. Part of me still listens for that faint whisper, just in case. It's not a feeling I can shake, even though the house is quiet and normal now. It's the memory of fear and confusion that lingers, making the attic feel different from any other room I know.